open to anyone, all around the world.
Holy smokes!
The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best.
Whoa!
And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
Caruana, amazing comeback against Martin Kravtsev, is probably going to go down in the books as the most heartbreaking match that we've seen thus far. The closest one to getting into an upset.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
What? 7 minutes?
Yeah, that's completely nuts.
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 32. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chess.com Global Championship. There was 64, now there's 32, and things are starting to percolate. It is a pleasure to be bringing you the CGC. I'm Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. Alongside me today, the man, the myth, the legend. I am Levi Rosman. Levi, dobre utro. Welcome to the show. How's it going?
It's going great, man. I'm super excited to see the first set of matchups here in the round of 32. I was intending to put out a marketing tweet for this event, and I realized how clickbaity it was right after I sent it, Danya. Right before we went live, I put out a tweet that said, "Come now, oh my goodness." And I realize now that could have been misinterpreted in a very different direction given the current state of chess. But today we're only going to have good vibes, and I apologize. But now you're here. You're stuck with Danya and myself. We have to take you through a few logistics before we jump into all of the games. Danya, I'll let you take it away.
See, we pulled you in. Now you can't leave for any reason, no matter what happens in any of the other tournaments. We start with the general format. It is single elimination knockout. If you lose a match, well, you go home. I mean, you're already playing from home, but you're out of the tournament. The time control, 15 minutes with a 2-second increment. Each match lasts 4 games. And if it concludes in a 2-2 tie, then there is an Armageddon game to decide the winner of the match. Levy, it's an elegant format. It's a simple format. It's a format that caters to maximum intrigue as we review today's matches. Yeah,
that's exactly right. We've got Fabiano Caruana taking on Chesscom. You may know him as Chesscom. I certainly know him as Chesscom. The first time I saw Jose Martinez, I was actually like, wait, who is that? The other matchup from Group D, of course, is Dmitry Andreikin, powerhouse, and he is taking on a powerhouse, a man who put the brackets of the previous round and the pre-tournament to bed. I mean, Pavel Pankratov knocked down those brackets by defeating Vishwanathan Anand, got a Kamsky, buried them and covered them with dirt when he took out Vladimir Fedoseev, and he's taking on kind of like the evolved version, perhaps, if we're comparing in a Pokemon analogy, in Dmitry Andreikin, who is just an absolute beast as well. And then, as always, we sprinkle in a little dessert because you can't have a meal without dessert. I'm an American after all. MVL versus Sam Sevian. That is a super exciting one. We have a profile coming up on Sevian as well. He just crossed 2,700. So, Danya, I don't know if you filled out a bracket. Any expectations going into today's matchups?
No comment on filling out the bracket. You know, I'm a commentator. I have to be perfectly unbiased. I cannot root for anybody. But in terms of expectations, I mean, every time I seem to form expectations as we look at the overall 64-player bracket, they seem to be shattered every single time. And that's what I thought would happen. So that is the only expectation which actually came true. And that is the expectation that it is impossible to make any predictions because of the closeness of strength of these players. I mean, a lot of the favorites are still in. Hikaru Nakamura, Leonard Dominguez, Shakir Mamedyarov. But, Levy, as we get to the round of 32, their journeys to the top become harder and harder exponentially.
Yeah, absolutely. Having said that, let's zoom in now. Because we've got 2 matchups from one of the brackets coming up, and that matchup, those matchups are in Group D. Here, of course, the most toss-up of a matchup coming in the first round was the one between Kirill Alexyenko and Jose Martinez. That one was a barn burner. It saw Jospin show more emotion on camera than I ever saw before. I thought his heart was going to stop or explode, one or the other. I don't know which one means that he had more of an adrenaline dump going into his match, but he managed to win. Kamsky pulled off the upset versus Fedoseev. You could say we had 2 plot twists already. I would say, Danya, today we have 2 more clear-cut favorites in this matchup, in these matchups. Obviously, we're going to see if Caruana cannot do anything dramatic. I think he had a relatively dramatic matchup the last time against Kravtsov. But Kamsky and Andreikin, listen, can Gata dial it back once again, put one up for the Legends, and beat another young Russian superstar? Well, we're going to have to find out. But let's not forget about Group H. And what are your expectations, man, of this match between MVL and Sevian? I mean, obviously, you've played these guys, you've played them over the board as well as online. What's the status here of the prep? What's the status here of the of everything, the ins and outs, openings, middle games, end games? Who do you give the edge to?
I mean, we'll show you the community predictions on the other end of the pre-show, but I mean, Sam Sevian, his performance in the RCC, his performance in online tournaments in general, if that is any indicator of how he's going to play today, then you can't just call MVL a heavy favorite. I think this is actually going to be a very close match. Sevian has been displaying phenomenal opening preparation, and what I'd be very curious to see is if MVL deviates from his normal slate of openings. MVL, one of the last of the Mohicans, the last Super GM, who basically plays the same openings every game with both colors, 1e4 with white, and Najdorf Grunfeld to the black. So what is Sevian going to bring to the table against those openings? Speaking of Sam Sevian, we have a sleek player profile to show you. Let's pull over to that. A mere 13 years old when he earned the title of GM, Sam Sevian was the youngest in US history to do so. That's right, younger than Fischer, younger than Caruana, and younger than Nakamura. Now 21 and a Super Grandmaster, Sevian reached a 2,700 FIDE rating this spring. The young American continued to flash signs of his early promise while qualifying for the Chess.com Global Championships.
Look at him. He's looking pleased. He knows he got this under control.
Competing in one of the first handful of play-in events, Sevian was simply faster than the competition. After scoring 7.5 points out of 9 to reach the playoff match, he flagged his opponent to secure a spot in the CGC bracket of 64.
We'll see a dominant performance. Sevian is very in control of this game and will be the first one moving on to the round of 32 of these games going on right now.
Placed in a group with fellow American Levon Aronian, Sevian will look to continue to tap into the confidence he walked away with from his performance during the play-in phase and other recent successes. He's one of the guys who has the best chances.
It's definitely a dark horse who could be dancing in Toronto when we head there.
Well, Sam Sevian, a name that all of us know and all of us will remember for many, many years to come as he builds one of the most promising careers in American chess. Levy, we're looking at the matchup card here, a 10-year age difference between MVL and Sam Sevian, but let's put it, let's be real. MVL is young at heart. His style is that of a young tiger.
Yeah, I was also going to say that it's insane that Sam Sevian's 21. Like, I feel like I've seen him. I feel like I've seen him for years. This is a completely ridiculous community prediction. Even if MVL wins this matchup, it's so disrespectful for 90% of you bozos to give MVL the vote. Like, are you kidding me? Somebody stand up for my boys. You know what I think it is, Daniel? You know what I think it is?
What is it? Because
I think I'm telling you right now. Here's my hot take. I think not enough people know about Sam Sevian. I think Sam Sevian's been on the grind. I think he's have a little bit of a setback that he's like the 3rd or 4th U.S. Born and raised kind of player. Like he's, there's Zhang, there's Shanklin, there's obviously all the players that United States brings in and then tries to claim play under the USA flag. Like, look, this is what I'm going to say. Not enough people know about Sam. He is one of the most consistently rising players. He has had so few months and so few years in his career where he's lost tons of elo. Like, he's been 2650 almost the entirety of like the last several years, and he's only slowly improving. All right, so he might not be the favorite today, but you're not telling me he's a 90 to 10.
90%.
It is
I don't know what these people have been having for breakfast, but whatever it is, I mean, 90%. Yeah, I literally had to quadruple check that to make sure it wasn't a typo. All right, well, let's take a look at the community predictions for the other matches. I mean, are we going to see something similarly crazy? Okay, 92-8, Levy. That to me is a little bit more believable than 90-10, but I still protest. Have you guys not seen Jospim's performances in the RCC? Have you not seen him knocking out Hikaru Nakamura and all of the Super GMs entitled Tuesdays and the way he time scrambles? I mean, I don't know, Levy. I don't know what these people have been smoking, to be honest with you.
Wow. That's definitely one way of phrasing it. Let's put it this way. I would have expected a more lopsided prediction for sure in the matchup between Caruana and Jose Martinez, just because Fabiano has played for the world championship. Fabiano has improved his rapid and blitz tremendously. And obviously he just won this 9LX Chess 960 Fisher random event. So look, the guy has much experience, but yeah, come on, guys. What is this? I mean, give them a 20-25% chance of winning. These are very, very serious players. And of course, we have Kamsky versus Andreikin, 59-41. To be honest with you, I think this one is also...
Yeah, that one I would actually call a little bit more lopsided if I had to predict. Like, this is the one I would imagine would be like 80-20.
Yes, exactly. Like, if you're going to go like Andreikin, was he a finalist in the winners bracket, or was it the losers bracket in the Rapid Chess Championship on chess.com?
I think he was the finalist of the losers bracket because he had that day one where he lost to Noterbeck. He blundered like 2 pieces in a row, and then he just killed everybody. And then after that, he was in the finals.
Yeah, I wish my games went like that. I just blundered 2 pieces and lose to everybody. But that's what we have for you today. I mean, we've got our first matchup set, and I think we are going to get started with Sevian MVL. We can get us off the screen. We're not that handsome. Let's put on two much more handsome gentlemen.
Hey, speak for yourself.
All right. Well, okay. You know what, Danya? You know what? We both got collared shirts on. You got the nice. What kind of blue is that, by the way? We already panned to them, but what kind of blue you wearing?
That's cyan. I feel like cyan is the kind of word that people use, and I never know exactly what it means. Maybe turquoise.
I like turquoise. Yeah. You would wear cyan. All right, you would be wearing cyan.
You hit the nail on the head.
You would. By the way, we got I think that's a royal blue or a navy blue from Sam Sevian. Yes, we have a Berlin. Nope, no Berlin. And
Sam Sevian, he's been pretty much a Berlin stalwart in the RCC, but here going for the Open Rui.
And I was just about to say MVL is no. He does not shy away from the endgame. He doesn't play D3, right? Like he's like, okay, you want to play an endgame? Let's play an endgame. Here we have the Open Spanish. Are we going to get Bishop E7 or Bishop C5 here on move 9? I think Bishop E7 is the main line, but Bishop C5 is more aggressive, right? Something along those lines.
Yeah, I'm as a lifelong Rui Lopez player, I'm shockingly bad at Open Rui theory. Like, I never studied this line formally. I know that at some point there was this line, forget what it's called, the Dilworth variation, Bishop C5 and Knight takes F2. That was all the rage, but here, Sam Sevian opts for the quieter Bishop E7, and now I think Knight C5 is the old move I remember from the 90s, but I have no idea what people are playing now.
I think you're right. We recently saw Bishop E7 played by, I think it was Mamedjarov toward the end of the Singfield Cup. Black plays Knight C5, and apparently, okay, I mean, I don't know. Castle's played. White wants Bishop C2 in these positions, then the Knight goes out to B3, and it's a dance. It's a dance of the pieces in the center of the board. It's not like a closed Spanish. It's literally called the Open Spanish. And open Spanishes do tend to be much more tactical. That black pawn is, I was going to say the D pawn goes forward, but we have F5.
We've got action.
Yeah, we do. So what now? Knight B3, Rook E1. That's what we're looking at, right? Those 2 moves.
Yeah, I mean, the main drawback of the system from the black side is that he has all of these very tender squares at or near the center. C5, D4, E6. I mean, even the B5 pawn is kind of sticking out like a sore thumb. That's why MVL tickling it with the move A4. But what compensates for that is the general activity of black's pieces, Levy. Everything is nicely developed. The dark squared bishop could still move into C5 and pressure F2. So white can't exactly rest on his laurels.
No, absolutely not. And I have to say, visually, this position looks very tough to play for white. Obviously not if you're Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. But if you're me, this looks quite dangerous. Now we get to see let's psychoanalyze the sitting positions and the facial positions of the players. We see Sam here doing his best kind of up close, early 2000s type of like AOL profile picture, looking all, and we got MVL looking like he's pondering his tax return. So what do you think? Who's got the advantage with the on-camera player shots here?
Yeah, well, MVL reminds me of the corniest knock-knock joke of all time. Knock-knock.
Who's there?
Mason.
Mason who?
May the sun shine on you.
No,
I don't know where I heard that.
I'm not going to subject myself to this moral degradation.
Ridiculous. Yes, it's typical. He's a good commentator.
Okay. Well,
Moving on.
Yeah.
We're off to a bad start, Levy.
Well, listen, I think we're off to a great start. I think
I sabotaged this.
No, that was a good one. You got a split-second decision to make how to react to a joke. Should I be like, that was good, or if I just kind of sit there awkwardly? I think the audience still has a blast. I think you have a community pass, Danya. You can make bad jokes, and the community will still love you. I make one bad joke, I might lose this job. All right,
I have like a black card or whatever it's called. Like you hear about that in certain restaurants. Celebrities can come and flash and get free meals. That's kind of what I get with bad puns.
Yes. American Express gives you that. You spend like $500,000 a year. So if you're saying you have a black card, I hope you're living good. Listen, that's all I can say. By the way, Sam did in fact put the bishop to c5, and the bishop has gone out to e3. So I'm curious what there is to think about here. Is Black trying to keep the tension with queen d6, or is he going to take?
Well, queen d6 makes a lot of sense. The downside of taking, if we pull up an analysis board here, what bothers me about Black's prospect is after knight e3, bishop h5, White could consider a move like bishop b3, and before you know it, you're experiencing some difficulties with the d5 pawn. And let's not forget that you have a pawn on b4, and now you don't have the time to get rid of it, right? If you play knight e7, you drop the pawn, and if you try to play bc, then White is going to take on d5 in the interim, and because of the discovery, White's going to recapture on c3 on the next move. So I could envision a reality where Black ends up losing the d5 pawn. So maybe queen d6 Levy is actually a reasonable alternative.
See, how do you have the ability to say, may the sun shine on you, and then come at me with just like 90 seconds of clairvoyant top level analysis? This is the stuff this is the kind of stuff that I think people tune into this channel for.
I save it for the best co-commentators.
Oh, well, you heard that, Robert? Listen, we shouldn't... No, Robert, Danya, Dream Team. We send our regards. The audience may not know this, but Robert has an apartment situation going on, and we wish him all the best. Listen, sometimes in New York City, life is rough, and things happen in your living quarters. Maybe he'll speak out about that next time he's on camera. It's funny, but only in hindsight when it happens. Otherwise, it's a problem. So we've been told that all the games have begun. So let's go take a look.
Let's move to Kamsky's game first.
Yes, Kamsky. It's not the same thing, right?
Kamsky? Wait, was that a pun?
What? No. What pun? Who's punning?
Oh, I thought I heard a. No, I wasn't sure.
What is going on? I was just confused because the board on the screen looked identical for like 10 seconds. I was like, wait, are they having the same position? No,
are they having the same position as? See, what I was preparing for a Gata pun.
No,
like I thought, and that's why when you said something like that, I
respect you. I'm not going to be hitting you with any pawns. Okay, no. I'm so perplexed. I don't understand what's going on. This position is much more closed. Okay.
Oh, totally.
Than the position that we have in the Rui game. Okay. 10 seconds of, I suppose, analysis of this position is the fact that Black is going to look for the moves c5 and e5, and White is going to look for the moves potentially e4. And it's an extremely close position. It comes from a semi-Slav setup that oftentimes comes from an English. I hate these positions for both colors. I don't know how you feel, but I completely do not understand them And every time I've tried to play them with white against the better player, I lose. And every time I try to play them against the better player with black, I lose. So I don't think this is in your repertoire like whatsoever either. I don't think you stray from this.
Not even close. I mean, I'm a King's Indian player through and through. But you're right. Every time I try to play this with black, I'm like, okay, this time I'm going to play c5. I'm going to be the first to the table. I'm going to play c5, and everything's going to be good. They somehow find a way to play e4. Okay, I'll play this with white. I'll play e4, and I'll be better. And, of course, black ends up playing c5 at the right moment, and I'm worse again. So I've had a similar experience when I've tried to play the Slav, and I've just realized that much like, cyan turtlenecks, they're not really for me. So we see Andreikin just sort of bringing his pieces into the game. Yeah, the battle revolves around not only who will strike first in the center, but the quality of that strike. Because if black, let's say, plays e5 prematurely, what could end up happening is a bad IQP situation. C takes d5, c takes d5, d5. At the end of the day, white just puts a knight on d4 and says, congratulations, you played e5, but I've got an ideal setup. So it's about timing the breakthrough correctly and choosing the most opportune moment for it.
Yes, exactly. I have definitely struggled with these breaks myself. And I once had a game. So the funny thing is about both of them thinking a lot here is that the moves are actually rook ad1, rook ad8, rook fe1, rook fe8. Like that's apparently modern theory that you could just like move your rooks like this. But black also has a very kind of unpleasant choice between pleasant, unpleasant, meaning it's very difficult if you don't exactly know the move. Black can play any move with those rooks and it looks fine. And okay, he chooses rook a c8. I believe that Christopher Yu played rook f d8 against me a while ago in a Las Vegas tournament, and he slightly mishandled the position, and it became very dangerous because I managed to create this attack with e4. But Gata is doing it rook a c8 style, and after takes, he will try to play c5 at some moment. So we will see. I mean, either Andreikin is going to land some sort of strong attack and get checkmate or not, right? That's sort of what's going to happen. We'll leave them here. Let's check on Fabiano. I feel like we've neglected Fabi.
Yeah, Fabi feels left out. I think Andreikin's position has largely stabilized. He's got a slight edge. We'll keep an eye on that one. But Fabi's position doesn't really even look like it came from a Petrov. It's very hard to identify the opening based on this position. We're 15 moves in. Jospim has the black pieces. He played a Petrov, channeling his inner Jan Nepomniachtchi. And what do you make of this? So he's currently down a pawn. Does he have enough to show for it? My instinct is to say no, Levy. I mean, he can win the pawn back, but then he's going to give up a ton of positional advantages.
Yeah, this looks very strange. And when you mentioned that he was channeling his inner Nepo, I was thinking he's channeling his inner Fabi. I mean, Fabi borderline invented the Petrov defense. Nobody played it before Fabiano. That's of course not quite true. A lot of the Chinese players have played it, Chinese national team players, and Nepo, as you mentioned. Jospim does in fact grab the pawn on c2. Very funny tactic. So the knight could not take, and the queen decided not to take either because he did not want to trade pieces. I agree. I don't think that black has enough here, and enough isn't even the right word anymore because he got the pawn back. But white has a very dominant queenside presence, so b4, b5 is on the cards, and I actually don't know what Jospim is going to play from here.
Yeah, and the other annoying thing is that white's going to, I mean, black's only trump card is right now this bishop on f6, right? It's centralized, it's staring at the knight, and boom, he just gave it away for the knight. Why did he do that? Because if he didn't give it away, white would force him to give it away with bishop e5. Then you would get a good knight against bad bishop situation. So Jospim feels that the opposite colored bishop situation is the lesser evil. But, Levy, I say this every single time, just to remind people of it. With the queens on the board, the dynamic of the situation changes completely. In an endgame, yes, you've got more drawing potential. In a middle game, opposite colored bishops favor the attacker. And it's very, very clear based on the level of piece activity who the attacker is.
Yeah, if you look at this position, there are so many attacking possibilities up and over with the rook, right? Rook e3, rook g3, h4, h5 in the future, bishop e5, bishop d6, only white is going to be playing for anything here. This game is really a question of, will the white attack break through, or will black defend? That's that.
Look, my defense upon d5. Yes, this is passed pawn, very important. Yeah.
Yeah, well, you said it, right? Rook e2 is actually also very annoying. Jospin is upset. What is he upset about? Is he upset about rook e2? He kind of missed this idea to just double up his pieces.
With tempo, I actually think that's a pretty savvy move by Fabi. The big question to me now is whether black will have time to play queen d7 and rook f8. So okay, bishop g6, apparently a mistake. Maybe it was worth playing bishop e4 to induce a slightly weakening move.
Oh, I was
entirely sure.
I was thinking bishop f5, bishop e6.
Bishop f5, bishop e6. I think that was the key. Okay, without the bishop e6 part.
Why is bishop e6 so bad? Is it?
Bishop
e5, bishop e5, f6, bishop d6. Yeah. Wow.
Classic trick.
Wow. So what? Why bishop f5 and not bishop g? This is what I don't understand. So bishop f5 is right. Bishop e6 is wrong.
Oh, Levy, queen d7, and if rook e7, rook e8, and you can't take on d7. But what I don't understand now is why you can't do the same thing with the bishop on g6. And that's what Jospin is doing. So the plot thickens. He's played queen d7, but obviously the eval bar is protesting nonetheless.
Yeah, that's really...
Hold everything.
What?
Rook e7, rook e8, queen takes g7.
Oh, and bishop e5 and rook d7.
Wow, that's beautiful. And the point is that with the bishop on f5, it's defending the queen.
Oh my god, an f6 bishop c3.
Sorry to freak out about this. That's gorgeous.
Oh my goodness.
I totally found that myself.
Wait, how was that over, by the way? So rook e1, bishop e1, rook e8. So from this,
not totally over.
Wow, the bar is certainly showing. Just bishop c3 back, I guess. Wow.
I guess the bottom line is that you're losing all these pawns in the long run.
Queen takes g7.
Positional. He finds this.
Positional queen sacrifice. I think he will. What's the problem? I mean, rook e7, rook e8 is natural. He's probably calculating rook e7, queen f5, right? That's what he's calculating, queen g4. But then he's going to go, oh, there's rook e8. And then he's going to go, wait, do I have queen g7?
Yeah, exactly. I feel like when I'm explaining to students like how I would find a particular move, I realize I'm, muttering stuff it's like, yes, I'm considering this move, and then I see that the opponent plays this, and I'm like, wait, what about this amazing queen sacrifice? Why don't I do that?
Yeah,
if Fabi finds this, major hats off.
Yeah, that would be savage. That would be a queen sacrifice that does not lead to checkmate. It's a queen sacrifice that wins you a pawn. How underwhelming, but beautiful. And then you're going to just be totally winning, totally winning.
Wow.
Danya. Chat is definitely there. You have GM bonus, so when you come up with queen takes g7, right? Even if it's what the engine shows, chat gives you the credit for it. It's tough being an IM in commentary, man. Listen, I could find a good move. They're gonna be like, "Oh, idiot, reading Stockfish." But Danya finds it
reading the engine.
No, you get full credit for finding queen takes g7. And if Fabi doesn't find it, take his spot in the next matchup if he makes it.
The commentator Naroditsky suggested a move that Fabi didn't see. Now, in the meantime, we'll leave Fabi to try to play rook e7. We'll let you know if he finds it. But looking at Sevian's game, it seems that he is in major trouble. So let's switch to our marquee matchup, MVL against Sevian, and assess the damage. Levy, I think Sam is just getting blown off the board. Maybe MVL is making us eat our words about the community prediction.
Yeah, but I also feel like a couple of things are happening here. One thing we didn't really get a chance to speak about is the fact that MVL plays extremely fast, and Sam Sevian plays extremely slowly over the board as well. And that's not going to work. So those are elements of your game plan that you cannot really change going into a match. Like, MVL is going to play fast. So the onus is on Sevian to either play fast also, or play slowly and get into time trouble. And right now he's being outplayed in an opening that I don't think is a major part of his repertoire. Like, I don't know when I saw Sam Sevian play in open Spanish, especially, like, might be completely wrong. I could be completely wrong, but we do not get a Berlin. We get an open Spanish, and MVL has played the Ruy Lopez for decades, like literally for decades.
Literally.
So you go into an opening against an ultra prepared guy. You play a slight sideline, but unfortunately now you don't have enough practical experience in that sideline, and you're playing very slowly. So all of it is going to MVL, right? Everything is going to MVL. So Sam has to strike back ASAP because he might get blown off the board in the third game too.
He's down 10 minutes, which might be the biggest time deficit we've seen in the CGC so far. Let's just make sure we understand why exactly this position is so bad. I mean, all of it has to do with A, the king's safety, and just B, the overall placement of black's pieces. You can't take on c4 here because of queen takes c4, snapping up the queen. And if you don't take on c4, if you play d4, which I thought might be the lesser evil, but here white pushes c5 with the check, and I think bishop e6 might be completely deadly because the queen has to move on to the e file, and there it will be. What will await it is a totally devastating discovered attack. I don't know exactly where.
Wait, is it bishop c8, bishop b7?
Oh, well, that's definitely winning. Bishop c8, queen f7. What is with the tactics today? Bishop b7. Great catch. You're good at reading the engine, Levy, man.
Yeah. I definitely am. Yeah, no, listen, it's so much more fun. It's so much more fun to play with other people's pieces than my own. You know what I mean? Like, you just move their pieces wherever you want. Worst comes to worst, that doesn't work. So you just go back.
You can just press the rewind button. If only you could do that over the board. Knight a5 by Sam, an attempt to root out this dastardly bishop on b3, but I think it's just too little and too late. I mean, the simplest is probably c takes d5, and just in the long run, Levy, the king is busted.
Yeah, king is
absolutely. The king is never going to be safe for the rest of the game.
You also can even, I wonder if you can play queen c3 and take on f6. I agree, though. You can, of course, just take on d5. But I am wondering if you just leave the knight on b3 to be useless and then play queen c3, queen f6. But I don't know.
That probably is best. Queen c3, queen f6. And if black tries to resolve the problem with the d pawn, then in comes the rook. And this is 1-0.
Yep.
No, I think queen c3 is a great move. And I think MVL, it's important to point out, doesn't just blitz out every move. He actually takes his time when it matters. And you can see him doing that now. He's taking about a minute and a half, 2 minutes, which makes him such a terribly deadly opponent. The fact that he plays fast, but when he needs to pause and think, he magically seems to understand when those moments occur.
Yep, exactly right. It's a disaster of a playing style to play against. It's horrible because by the time you finally gotten to a point where you feel like you got your opponent to think, so psychologically you're starting to recover, you suddenly realize, oh, wait a minute. No, he's just thinking of the quickest kill and how to throw me off of this mountain. And it's what's gonna happen, right? Ultimately, is what's gonna happen. The only risk you run of being MVL in MVL shoes in a case like this is relaxing. It's just getting too good of a position and then losing focus because you're winning on clock and position. But what were you gonna say?
Well, yeah, we know how incredibly tricky Sam Sevian and how many comebacks he's made. 2 updates. One piece of bad news, well, depending on who you're rooting for, Fabi did not find rook e7. Shame on him. I think he should be kicked out of the CGC. The game should be interrupted and he should be immediately forfeited.
By the way, look what we have on the board. Queen c3, queen f6.
I mean, I didn't doubt that MVL would follow in the footsteps of Levy Rosman.
Yes, the great, the great 2320 FIDE rated international master, or turned commentator. Yes, this is looking like it's going to be 1-0 for MVL. Let's check in on Fabi. What did he do if he didn't play rook e7?
Yeah, quick look at Fabi because the Andreikin game is also really interesting. But Fabi played, okay, so after queen d7, he played bishop d6, which is a natural move. I thought he might want to play rook e7 here, but the problem there is the same as with rook e7 previously. Black takes it and puts the other rook on e8. So Fabi just kind of makes a neutral move. And I think if Jose just takes on e2 and plays rook e8, he's basically solved all of his all of his middle game problems.
Yeah, exactly.
Am I missing something?
No, I don't think so.
Middle game.
No, yeah. I mean, rook e2, rook e8.
I guess there's this move, but this is just, an empty shot. F5, for example.
Yeah, it's an extremely, how to describe it, unpleasant and ridiculous. Yeah, it just looks ridiculous for black, the position. The pawn structure looks terrible. The putting almost all your pawns on the same color square as the light squared bishop that you have, but that's chess. I mean, it can be ugly, but it can, it can do the trick. It's completely fine. You're not losing.
And probably structurally, rook e6 is probably a little bit more clinical to keep the diagonal open, and then maybe reposition the queen to e8 to get control of the e-file. I think this game is hurtling headfirst toward an opposite-colored bishop endgame, and therefore a draw. That pawn on d5 for black is going to become a major trump card in the endgame. So white has to be a little bit careful. I could see white overpressing this if he does something crazy and tries to keep the heavy pieces on the board.
Yeah, but there is also a world where white makes significant king progress and somehow black doesn't. But the thing about being passive in an endgame where there isn't a whole lot of material on the board is that you don't care that you're passive. Ultimately, the pawns will decide an endgame like this.
Exactly.
And if you can't win any pawns, well, what are you going to do with yourself, right? Jospin now looking a little bit more confident, a little bit more relaxed. And the time situation has also evened out. Here comes rook e8. And I think we'll leave them. Let's go check in on Andreikin, because this game is probably the clearest result thus far. Well, no, actually, the MVL game is...
MVL is about to win. I mean, Sevian down to 30 seconds, but we'll let you know when he does. The Andreikin game has taken what seems to be disturbing turn for Gata, but I actually think this is one of those positions that looks worse than it actually is. It looks like white is winning. The queen on e5, the bishop on b2, just the disparity in overall piece placement. And yet Gata, true to his style, he's always solid. No matter how bad his position is, he still seems to be ridiculously solid. Cracking through his position is just like a Herculean labor. Exactly.
It's one of the reasons that he plays openings like Schlechter Slav. I mean, he doesn't care. Like, he doesn't care if his position is passive. Like, look at his king is handling the defensive tasks of the position on f7. But
yeah, it's just chilling.
Well, the threat here is hilarious. The threat is rook takes h7, isn't it?
Well, it's sort of a threat. Knight h7, queen g7, king e8. I think black actually escapes there.
Queen g6, yeah, I guess the king can run, right? So then why did he play rook h4?
Well, it could be prophylaxis. Like, if black plays rook d to e8 and says, let me reinforce the pawn, then rook h7 works.
Okay, but
all of it is a moot point, because Gata just played h6 and says, get out of my business.
Rook h4 strikes me as a must-win move, and it's game one.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, you
relax.
You don't need to play rook h4. He's probably going to go rook d4.
Or rook f4.
Yeah, rook f4,
Try to play
exactly.
rook takes f5, but then Gata will play rook e8. I mean, Gata doesn't miss, one move gimmicky tactics.
And the good thing for black is that the pawn structure surviving until the endgame only means that black has the better chances, because white totally ruined his own structure. The one advantage, of course, that white has is the queenside majority, so the 3-on-2. So if white can get a past a pawn in a bishop versus knight endgame, it's completely winning for white, right? Like, the knight will need to exude enormous amounts of energy, and so will the king to stop it.
Yep.
Rook h3,
Whoa.
man.
And Dima is just intent on staying on the king side and sacrificing something on the G or H file.
Queen d6?
But then takes in bishop a3.
And that is why I am sitting here, and that is why they are playing. See, I was thinking of different ways to trade off, but...
No, I was thinking that too at first.
Yeah, but I said it.
I take.
See, I said it. I was like, oh, well, he can't mate me if there's no queens. All right, well, then he'll win your exchange. All right, well, yeah, that's a problem. Yep.
No, you intended to sacrifice it because you knew the rook on h3 was out of the game.
Yeah.
So you had actually calculated deeper than that?
Yes.
Actually, I'm only half joking. I don't think that position is, like, totally losing for black, but Gata goes with... Wait a minute. Okay. I thought bishop a3 for a second won the rook on d7, but it doesn't, because the knight defends the rook and the king runs to g6 and h7.
Is white going to play king h1 at some point and very quickly try to attack on the g file? Is that another plan here?
So which move to start with?
Like king h1 or something.
Uh-huh. So you're setting up all sorts of shenanigans here and trying to get black to push the pawn.
I think so. I'm trying to come up with ideas based on what Andreikin is doing.
He's played f4, so kind of a similar type of move, fixing the e5 square, and also opening up the third rank for his rook. Gata has to tread very carefully here. What I'm worried about is Gata getting to, like, a minute on the clock and making some sort of tactical blunder.
Yep. MVL, we've been told, is about to put the icing on the cake.
Final nail in the coffin. Yes, he is.
And his baking skills aside, how does the chess position look?
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, this is bad.
Sam is somehow, I mean, he's keeping all of his pieces intact, but here comes the D pawn. And I think the simple D7 probably does the trick. Rook C1. I mean, literally any move. God, he's got so much time. This is the most dejecting thing, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like, man, I made all these incredible defensive moves. I'm staying in the game. And then he's got 4 minutes to figure out the win.
Yep.
Oh, Queen F6, Queen E6, Queen C8. Savage by
Yep.
MVL.
Yep. Queen E6. And he just has to make sure there's no perpetual check. There is no perpetual check. I think Sam will probably play Knight F2, King G1, or just resign now.
I think he'll play Queen D4 and resign after Queen D7.
Yeah. That definitely
Okay,
seems
94.
real. Okay. Or Queen
He's
D7.
made a mate threat.
That's
Okay,
true.
Now he's going to resign.
Yep. All right. Did he not lose any rapid rating? That was so strange.
I didn't catch it.
Like I never saw the animation go off for him. He lost that game and didn't lose any rating. Yeah, look, his rating's the same. MVL gained points.
That
What?
is weird.
Wow. I want what
Yeah,
I want what he's got. I want to not lose points when
You
I
want
lose
that
games.
membership status.
Yeah, damn.
Yeah, but that was an impressive game by MVL. Let's switch to the Andreikin game one more time. I feel like that is the likeliest game to have a decisive outcome, although he's making me eat my words. Gata has managed to trade all of the rooks, Levy, and White still has this gross pawn structure on the king side. Gata's in pretty good shape here.
I think he's in pretty good shape, and it's just up to him to decide if he wants to make the draw or if he wants to actually try to push this. Queen and knight, of course, are the two pieces that when you have in your possession, you unlock all the powers of the chessboard. The queen obviously can move like everything. And queen and bishop are a good combo, but not when they fight against something as solid as the black position here. And I think it's also important to point out, if white plays bishop takes f6, trying to go for a queen endgame, sure, it's probably a draw, but only black is playing that position, I think, because white has a very bad structure on the king side. And split pawns are not any good in endgames. He just straight up does it, right? So he
straight up does it.
So he's good enough to draw this endgame with white. It's going to be unpleasant, but he's going to do it. I'm not sure I would recommend that move for intermediate and beginner players. I got to be honest.
It's so easy to. I think what Andreikin might actually be doing here is just closing his eyes and pushing his queenside majority. But the risk of that is that black's king is actually very, very close to the queen side. It can make its way to the queen side at a moment's notice. So almost all queen trades are going to be deadly for white if black is able to win the f4 pawn. But Gata blocks with e5s. I'm not doing a good job of predicting a single move that they're playing. But Levy, here's a case in point. If white takes on e5 and then plays the innocuous looking queen d3, normal, right? Preparing to go queen d8. I actually think that the queen trade is, I was going to say winning for black, but it's very, very dangerous for white because of how close black's king is to the queen side. That's my point. Yeah,
and white will have to offset the fact that the king could get in and eat all the pawns on the queen side with the threat of advancing the c pawn. We talk about that majority, so you have to see the fastest possible way that you could advance your own pawns. As it turns out in this endgame, it's shockingly not lost for white. It looks like it should be because ultimately the majority on the king side occupies the white king. The black king goes in, down goes the a pawn, down goes the b pawn, down goes the c pawn, but endgames are tricky. And also we have to remember Stockfish is a scumbag. And
always.
Yeah, and then just because Stockfish sees something 10 moves in the future doesn't mean one of these players does. They're great, but they ain't a robot. So
in the meantime, he's played g5, has Gata and king g6. Now this forces white's hand. White cannot keep the pawn on f4 any longer. I think this is going to end in a draw with something like queen h8, and there will be some sort of a perpetual. That would be my guess. I mean, either side is actually going to give a perpetual here.
Yep, queen c6, and I probably king g1. I doubt that there's going to be. Wow, Chess.com tweeted that you found queen takes g7, despite you self-admitting that it was
not me.
that look at. I mean, this is
your theory. It's your theory in action.
Yeah, man. I mean, listen, you got to take the credit. You got to be like, damn, I found queen g7, right? But you self-admittedly were showing a line that Stockfish was showing. Man, that's great. I want GM bonus.
I know.
I want to just get
great. It's a nice life.
It's not fair, man.
You
Queen
walk
G8.
into a restaurant, get free meals. You get lines attributed to you. Yeah, this game is basically over. I think Queen H8. I don't think Dimitri is going to try anything crazy.
No, I don't think so either. Fabi, how's Fabi doing?
How is Fabi doing? I think they're still well within the realm of a drawn opposite card bishop endgame. Let's have a look. Okay, so I think Jose is at this point not even worse. I think you can't even make the case that white is the one pushing here. Yeah,
I agree. I don't know if Fabi's like Fabi could basically try to, like if he offers a queen trade right now with queen g3, I think Jose will take it. Queen c1
or queen c1 repetition of moves draw.
Okay. Yeah.
There we go.
It is.
Oh, and got it drew in exactly the way we predicted. Queen h8, queen g8. So all of the games just like ended within 5 seconds.
Yeah. Well, that makes sense. Listen, round of 32, round of 16, and as we move sort of toward the finale, a lot of these games are going to be tough to choose from. Like some of these games will have no mistakes. So we have to respect the fact that sometimes chess played at its highest level is simply going to be equal. In the case of the Fabi game, he missed a brilliant queen sacrifice to get a pawn up position and try to grind him down in endgame. That was his one opportunity. So the first game there ends in a draw. We're going to see what Jose comes to offer with the white pieces on his own. What will Fabi play? We'll also get a chance to see what Gata plays with white in his next game against Andreikin. And in what could be the most lopsided matchup of the day, just from the community standpoint and from that first game preview, right? We have to see if Sam Savion will be able to strike back against the absolute juggernaut that is MVL. Before we go to break, I think we want to show some folks a little something about an upcoming event with a $50,000 prize fund.
Indeed, Levy, the 2022-23 Collegiate Chess League in partnership with NACE Star League begins Saturday, September 24th, just a few days from now. Signups close on Saturday, the 24th. For students, make sure to sign up at go.chess.com/CCL to represent your school in the Premier Chess League for college students. Folks, mark your calendar, Saturday, September the 24th. Well, we hope you've marked your calendar and canceled all your meetings for today because we have 3 more games to be played in these CGC round of 32 matches. So go absolutely nowhere. We'll be back with more CGC coverage on the other side of this short break. Welcome back to the Chess.com Global Championship. Here with I am Levy Rosman. 1 game in, there was 1 decisive game and 2 draws. Sam Sevian with his back against the wall already, Levy.
Yes, Sam, we were hyping the man up before the show started, and we were saying that a 90-10 split was unfair, but MVL was like, no, it's fair. You do not want to mess with me right now. He played fast, he played confidently, and he outmaneuvered and comprehensively outplayed Sam. I'm not sure we're going to see a repeat of that opening. The other 2 matchups were, listen, if anything, one of them had a very fair odds prediction of 59-41, Andreikin and Kamsky, but it made one of the predictions look absurd. Caruana neutralized with the white pieces there in a 92-8, something completely absurd on the score line and prediction for Jose Martinez. We have a player card for you. We showed you the MVL versus Sevian one, but here is Dmitry Andreikin versus Kamsky. The age difference matters in chess, for sure. It matters in certain sports. It matters in chess. But in the case of Kamsky, he is one of maybe a group of 5 or 10 players over the age of 45 that age doesn't matter. They are legendary. They are powerful. You might not want to. They might not want to rather play in a bullet time scramble against some 14-year-old FM from halfway across the world. That doesn't mean that they're not going to come to fight when you give them 15 minutes on the clock.
Well, Gata actually has gotten better. I know this sounds crazy, but he's gotten better at online rapid. There was a point like a year ago when he was getting very frustrated with the amount of times he was getting flagged. And there was a point where he was getting flagged basically every game. Now, if you look at Gata's time management, he's often up on time, even against relatively fast players. And when he gets under a minute, I mean, I just played him in a Fisher random qualifier. I lost it. He was under a minute. He was blitzing out every move. So Gata's no longer an easy person to just kind of get him into time pressure and flag him. That strategy ain't going to work anymore. And Dmitry very much has his work cut out for him because, Lavi, we know that Gata with the white pieces is a force to be reckoned with. But MVL with the black pieces is also a force to be reckoned with. And Sam Sevian kicks off the game with d4. So the big question, will we see a Grunfeld?
Yeah, so there's our answer. Maxime Vachier-Lagrave plays 2 openings exclusively. They are the Najdorf and they are the Grunfeld. He has played them basically since birth, even potentially prior when he was just, developing in the belly.
Embryo,
So H3 is a very interesting line. I like this line a lot. I'm very curious to see what MVL is going to play because I actually haven't seen a top player play the move H3 against him yet. The line here for black is like knight c6, and then you sometimes take on d4, f5, very key break by black will be coming as well potentially. The move h3 restricts the light squared bishop of black, which is an important counterattacking tool in the Grunfeld. But yeah, Danya, a friend of mine was told by a grandmaster that a well-prepared 2100 is unbeatable with black. In the case of MVL, if he wants to make a draw with black, he will. I mean, he just will. It's like breathing for these guys. If he wants to play his openings for a win, however, it's a different story. So the convincing nature of his first win just simply speaks volumes. And if he wants to neutralize in this position, I think he will. By the way, castles is new to me. I always thought bishop d2 was the move there. You can't take on c3, I guess.
Yeah, if you take on c3, I suppose, if we pull up an analysis board, I suppose the idea is to play rook c1. And I never understand exactly when you're supposed to take on a2 and when you're not. This actually looks really bad. This looks like a terrible version of these types of position. Though this is completely out of the question. White's initiative is just ravaging here. So instead, MVL goes rook to d8, putting pressure on d4. And Levy, he's probably looked at this maybe like 2 years ago, maybe 5 years ago. I feel like there isn't a single position in the Grunfeld that MVL hasn't at some point looked at. But remembering all of it, I have no idea how he does it.
No, I don't either. But there's a lot of very sharp lines here for white to try to beat black. I don't know the exact move here because I don't play castles. I play bishop d2 when they put the queen on a5. In many lines, white will play d5 and completely give up the c3 pawn, or even sometimes the rook in the corner. So that is also a thing. I don't know. I don't know what the move here is for white, because queen c2, you're just going to lose the pawn on d4. It very well could be d5.
Yeah, I think it is d5.
You think it is d5? Okay, and then
d5.
And then the same thing: queen c3, rook c1, and if bishop c3, maybe even some queen move, or just rook c1. Okay, I was thinking to sacrifice the exchange, but
that is very common actually in these positions. You're totally right. Even if you don't immediately get anything obvious in return, something like queen c2 is, if you've played the Grunfeld with white, then you know that. I mean, this is part of the reason I don't play the Grunfeld with black. Like, these positions to me are so unappetizing, even if the computer often gives just like zeros. No problem. Yeah, no bishop, no problem.
No, the computer is constantly giving zeros here, just constantly. It completely doesn't respect chess whatsoever. But oftentimes zero means dead position. In this case, I always like to say this is Stockfish's way of sort of saying I don't want to, like, I'm on lunch break. Don't ask me. Like 0, 0, 0 here just means it's too complicated. I can't see the future. Yep. Leave me alone.
Not engaging. Mm-hmm.
But we see thinking here from Sevian, which is very odd, because if he knew castles was a move, how does he not know I mean, black just played queen a5, right? So rook d8 is an incredibly natural follow-up.
Totally.
So, but probably he will find d5 on his own. I hope. One would hope. Danya, I'm curious. After d5, e6 is the best move by white c4. So I'm really trying to sack my rook.
Yeah, no, I think c4 is really, really tempting to me to secure the pawn. D5 and e6 is also very common way to meet d5. The other idea that always catches my eye is like bishop g5 trying to induce f6.
Mm-hmm.
The problem is that the rook does have 2 squares on the 7th rank that it can move to. It's hard to say, but I really like c4. I think white's better. I think white's better after c4 because also white's got very nice control over the d4 square. Black can't really put a knight there. And in this particular version, this is just losing for black. I mean, look at these squares.
Yep.
This is not going to end well for black. And it's going to end pretty fast.
Yeah, and MVL's not going to suffer this kind of a defeat. He understands.
Ooh. Now he plays your move from the previous position. Could this transpose the game into the bishop d2 variation?
Yeah, it could. Yeah, bishop d2 now is also reasonable. And I think here black can either play b6, which has been played against me by some players, but black can also play cd, queen a3. And in that position, I think once again d5 is the main move. Trying to just sacrifice the rook in the corner completely. And I've had some games like that, if I'm not mistaken. So it can be quite dangerous. But black has some lines here also, just playing e7, e6, just being very solid, completely not biting, and just sort of saying like, all right, you can have your fun, but I'm going to be all right. And then white has some choices of moving the a rook. This is super interesting, I have to say. Very, very interesting choice.
It's an incredibly rich position, and one in which one little misstep could result in disaster for either side, which you don't get all that often, but these are the kinds of positions that MVL absolutely thrives in with both colors. But still, I think a good choice for Sam. He gets a rich position. You know he's going to get winning chances here, and this is what you got to do when you're in a must-win situation. The other games have started. The Kamsky Andreikin game is a Berlin. So with your permission, Levy, let's start with the other game. Let's start with the Jose game.
Sure. Let's start with the Jose game indeed. And this is not a Berlin. This is some Rui with knight c3, it seems.
Yep, that's exactly what it is. Early d3. Black responded in rather typical fashion. Castles, knight c3. And this is a very well-studied position, Levy, that's been popular the last couple of years. I have never seen the move rook b8 here. Fashions have changed here. At one point, knight b8 was all the rage. The classic line is bishop g4, bishop b3, and knight d4. Rook b8, I think, is something relatively new. But Jose responds rather quickly.
I've also not seen that. I've also seen bishop e6. So this is some approach where black is completely delaying the development of the bishop. I wonder if the idea is something with a5 or... I am very bad at identifying the game plan of a brand new move when it is very mysterious. Like some moves you just understand. You're like, oh, okay, well, no problem. That's the idea. I don't really understand the idea of rook b8 if I'm being honest. Maybe it's like, okay, well, white is going to play a move and then I'm going to respond. Maybe in some ways it negates the power of a3, a4, or c2, c4. But what is Fabi? So Fabi's going to play bishop f8, g6, bishop g7. Like, what is the idea here of all these moves?
Yeah, rook e8, rook b8, and even bishop d2. If you had shown this to like Capablanca, you'd be like, no, these people playing the Ruy Lopez, they have no idea what they're doing. Yeah, this move has been a very popular development square for the bishop recently. Well, now we know what the idea of rook e8 was. You called it bishop f8. And he might not necessarily rush with g6. He might just kind of chill on f8, which is a pretty solid square. He might try to solve the problem of developing the other bishop, either putting it on e6 or maybe on b7. But I'm on the same page with you, Levy. I really am not sure exactly what the point of rook b8 is. But that's modern chess, right? You can't always point to a move and say, this is exactly the reason why it's played.
Yeah, it's definitely been played. It's been played, including by Magnus Carlsen. So it's been played 70 times, and the first time it was played was in 2008. But then after that, it was played one time in a rapid tournament in 2013, and then it's basically only the last 5 years have seen it played anywhere near top level. So it's fascinating, man. Like we think that computers are going to solve chess or end chess. No, they're not. We got like at least a century more and maybe more. But at that point, we have to start worrying about the climate. So, but by then, chess will probably be adequately explored.
Yeah, a4 and white trying to adequately explore the queen side here and open up the a file, exploiting the drawback of rook b8. I mean, I'm always biased in white's favor in Ruy Lopez positions, even though I play it with both colors. It always seems to be like black is the one who's got to deal with more pressure. But, you know, these players are so comfortable in these types of structures with black. I mean, Fabi, I feel like, knows every single idea, every single proper development square. I don't think he's going to have any trouble holding the balance here.
No, and I mean, these positions, if white is trying to play a3, knight c3, d3, you're trying to explore a territory of the Ruy that isn't so theoretical, and you are certainly looking for some sort of attacking chances. But bishop comes back to b3 here out of the scope of the knight. Okay, if you really want to be boring, knight c6, bishop d5, just repeat moves and make a draw. I don't think that's going to happen. Yeah. I think Jospim has a little bit more to play for than that. Would you say it's time to go check the Berlin that we wanted to avoid?
Sadly, with great sadness and a somber mood and a somber expression on my face, we look at the Berlin position. Gata has the white pieces here. And tell you what, Levy, I think Gata has managed to put some pressure on Dima's Berlin here. I'm not a huge fan of black's position.
Yeah, I gotta agree with you. The pawn on d5 is a little bit suspicious. The light squared bishop for black, if it moves, then the b7 pawn is going to be under fire. If it moves to e6, the white rook will go to c1 or e1 and either pressure the entire file or the bishop on e6. That move does not strike me as a step in the right direction. I don't know.
Yeah, this looks pretty scary for black. I mean, he's just kind of like teetering on the edge a little bit. I guess Dimitri's point is that he's going to put the bishop on e6. He's going to bring the rook into e8. And if he can get the final pair of rooks off the board and maybe park his light squared bishop on c6 or e6, then I think he's going to essentially solve all of his problems. White's going to be slightly better, essentially, for the rest of the game. The d5 pawn isn't going anywhere, and it's going to be a weakness for time immemorial. But can Gata exploit the fact that he's got a little lead in development and he can deploy his rook first? That's what he's trying to do.
This is very much his style, right? His style is slow, just applied pressure. And if he gets a slightly better position, he generally does not make inaccuracies that swing the evaluation back to his opponent. Problem for Gata is he's not playing, nobody is playing Dmitry Andreikin, for God's sake. I mean, Dmitry Andreikin might have a mildly unpleasant position, but he will deal with it very efficiently and very correctly. And if he has to play passively and defend, he will. He's not going to play some crazy aggressive counter-attacking measures. So Yeah, we're going to leave Gata, I think, to try to figure out this relatively symmetrical position. He's just playing slow, improving moves, just making his position nice and solid. Let's check in on MVL and Savion if we can. I know we just pulled up these guys on the big screen, but not to relegate them to an afterthought once again. But yeah, let's take a look at
relegate them to an afterthought.
Yeah, let's do that indeed. This one, okay, no horses. I really like White's position.
Yeah, he's got that arrangement of c4, d5, e4, which we kind of briefly discussed. MVL did end up playing e6, and Savion did indeed, if we rewind a little bit. Oh, he played c4 first. I was like, wait, what? And then I realized the queen is hanging. And so he did play d5, sacrificing the exchange in the quarter. MVL's like, thank you, but no thank you. e6, knight takes d4, and bishop c3. And generally in the Grunfeld, if the dark-squared bishops are traded and White can establish this protected passer on d5, there's no question that White is slightly better here. Or maybe even more than slightly.
Yeah, maybe more than slightly, because White can try to move the e-pawn forward as long as the f-pawn gets involved. That's sort of the thing. Grunfeld endgames are an entire other subset of analysis that you can do on the Grunfeld. It's an insane opening. It's the Grunfeld is like two smaller fighters with endless energy. You know, they're just punching constantly. They don't get tired. It's an amazing display of athleticism. But that final stage of the game is also fast-paced. Like, there is still imbalances all over the board. The pawns will fly down. There will be multiple sets of passed pawns, and that's why MVL chooses to play it. By the way, Sam Savion, only down a minute on the clock. And we're going to see right now, over the next 10 or 12 moves, if MVL sustains this pace of trying to stay up on the clock, or if he can't, if the position is too complex. For now, he's thinking about it. And the other question, of course, being, will Sam Savion keep up the pace with Maxime? If Sam goes, oh man, I have a good position, time for me to tank. See, look at that. That wasn't necessarily the most accurate move by MVL, but, you know.
There's some crazy. There's bishop takes d4, but here, no, that doesn't work, because after de, you might say, I've got bishop e5. If you take the bishop, you lose the rook, and vice versa. But Black plays queen e7. What a vicious trick by MVL. Now you have to move your queen, and you end up losing your bishop and the game.
Very nice. I missed that. Yeah, I was going to ask, what about... well, if DC, is it the same thing? Oh, DC rook c4, I guess. So bishop d4, DC...
Yeah, DC rook c4.
But then bishop... there's too many pins there.
Probably also good for Black. Bishop a6.
There's too many pins. Well, that's wrong, apparently. I don't know.
Maybe bishop e6, but okay. But I think that what concerns me about e takes d5 isn't that. It's that White can play cd and get this, what do I call this? This very, very nasty pawn chain right up Black's grill. And the prospect of White going like f4, e5, and d6, and that's how the Grunfeld goes down when it goes down. It's with these types of pawn storms.
Yeah, Black is like, well, I didn't get mated. Well, yeah. But then White's like, okay, he didn't get mated. I got a pawn on d6 for the rest of the game. So
it's on the board.
Yep, takes.
MVL's solidly worse here. Like, clearly worse.
This is that latter phase type of style in the Grunfeld, where you survive the initial phase of the White pressure, but now you really need to understand these positions super well by Black. Like, when do you play f5? Do you play it right now? Like, probably not. I don't know. Bishop c4 by White. But
yeah, that is a lever that you can pull at any moment. f5, bishop c4, maybe queen e5. I mean, it's incredibly scary. You might need to change your pants, but that might be Black's best chance, because if White can solidify the center, you know, bishop c4, a4, then you might lose your opportunity to play f5 permanently. I think MVL is doing something similar with this move, queen f4.
Wow, that looks...
You seem surprised.
Yeah, well, it's just such a, like, if it's correct, it's such a fascinating understanding of the position. Basically, we've been talking about f4. MVL's like, yeah, try playing f4 when my queen's on f4, bozo. And if White plays g3 at some point, then h3 is going to be weak. So, right, and for now, he also obviously has to guard the e4 pawn. Yeah, this is anything but easy. Notice that Sam is now down 2 minutes. So in the next 5 moves, in my opinion, we're going to either see this pace of time management stay close, or we're going to see it expand to like 7-1 or something completely ridiculous.
Yep, and this is what MVL does. He forces his opponents constantly to make decisions. Even when he's in a worse position, he finds a way to put you in a situation where you start doubting yourself. Do I go rook e3? Do I go bishop f3? And do I make this move, that move, or the other move? So MVL is obviously not going to go down quickly here, and Sevian will have to continue playing very, very accurately. But the eval bar seems to believe that White's advantage has ballooned to a rather disturbing proportions. Will Sevian keep his foot on the gas pedal? We will see.
I can't even see it because the screen on my end is too small. Is it like +1?
1.6.
Oh wow, that is
the sizable advantage. I don't know who that was exactly.
That was a
fusion.
fusion.
Just sort of faceless GM, you know.
You see MVL? MVL is playing time. He is playing Bishop D7, and he understands he's worse. He understands that he's not going to solve all his problems right now. And what exactly is stopping White from playing, I don't know, G3 and King H2 and F4 or E5 straight away?
When you said what exactly is stopping White from playing, I thought you were going to propose something aggressive.
Yeah, well, I thought G3, King H2, F4 was aggressive, but yeah, you're right. You could just go E5 right now. Is that just it? Just E5?
It's back to your point about pushing other people's pieces. I would never play E5 myself. I would never run the risk of losing the D5 pawn.
Yeah. And by the way, you notice Sevian is understanding that MVL is speeding up. So he played Queen C2 quickly because it's kind of a do-nothing move. It's just a move that's solid. You're going to bring your rook to the party, but that was his moment. Maybe he had to play E5, but you're a bit apprehensive because you're like, why is MVL so relaxed? Like, why is my opponent so relaxed about this potential massive attack I have coming?
People don't talk about this. MVL is literally the nastiest opponent on like the Super GM tour. Like I played him once in the AIM Chess tournament. I didn't actually know that he played really quickly. And I mean, it wasn't just a cold shower. It was like, how is this guy playing so fast in such a complicated position? So you start getting annoyed. You're like, oh, I want to do that too. And then when you play fast, obviously like one blunders.
Yeah. And we see here, what is it? Is it down below +1 at this point?
It's below +1. Yeah, it's 0.6 now. The tens digit has moved from 1 to 0.
Yeah, and now it's equal.
Oh,
right?
jeez.
So how fast that all reversed, right? Did he hang the H3 pawn, or is he doing that on purpose?
No, he sacrificed it. But MVL takes it instantly.
Yeah, and it's not even the right move. Like, MVL is like this. I mean, he's playing so quickly. This is like this is vintage MVL. I'm not sure. And
oh my God, how is he doing this?
Wow.
He's bulleting this game. And look at how complicated this middle game is.
Yeah, but visually, C4 looks like a crazy move to play. Like, that was your pawn right
asset.
there, man. Yeah.
That was your only passed pawn. You're giving it away. The reason he's giving it away is to open the C file and pave the way for a potential Queen C5. That rook on E3 is sort of caught on the crossfire. Yeah, I like that move. I think that's exactly how you create practical chances.
Yeah, but what Queen C4, Queen D4? What?
We're about to find out in about 3 seconds, Levy. We won't have to wait long for MVL's next move.
Yeah, we won't. We definitely won't. What was MVL's idea with the move C4? I get it.
He didn't know.
Because he did not want to be blockaded. If White managed to put the bishop on that square and then E5, D6, White is completely winning. At least this way, White might be winning, but not completely winning. But dude, this looks miserable. I mean,
MVL he's digging himself into a hole here. I agree. But Rook C2, he continues playing instantly. This is fascinating.
No, but this is what we're witnessing is peak MVL, right? We're like, what, Bishop F3, Bishop F1, what is the move? Okay.
Well, Sevian stays with the program, E5.
Yeah, E5. And
what you got, man?
Sevian's playing fast. You understand? Like, Sevian must play fast here.
D7. I'll tell you what I think MVL is relying on. The fact that even after White plays D6, look at the light square control that Black's bishop exerts over this diagonal. I think that's what MVL is banking on. The fact that White will not be able to make further progress, assuming White puts a pawn on D6. Maybe Sevian shouldn't put a pawn on D6. There's a plot twist. Maybe he should keep his pawns here in case he can prepare E6 at a later point.
And that's
exactly what he's doing.
Yeah, he played Bishop F3 so he could keep his flexibility and make a fast move. And every move that goes by, 15 seconds, 20 seconds, bleeds off of White's clock. If this goes on for 10 or 15 more moves, Sam might not have enough time left to calculate the remainder of the game. You were going to say something.
Yeah, no, I hate to interrupt our analysis of this game, but maybe a quick update is in order of the other two games. This will be very quick because the Kamsky Andreikin game is completely fizzling out into a draw. We can spend 5 seconds on it just to make sure that all the Kamsky fans are satisfied. Yes. Is that okay with you?
Yeah, that's completely fine with me.
Do a quick little tour. Andreikin has actually offered a draw in this current position, so we might be catching the end of this game.
Wow.
I don't think Gata has... I mean, maybe he has a symbolic pull because this pawn is on a light square and you can pressure it with the bishop. Dmitry Andreikin is not losing this game with 8 minutes on his clock.
Yeah, that
I
makes
think
sense.
He's going to take this draw.
And now we sort of see why people play Berlin. So
yep,
it's a very
guaranteed
solid
draw.
thing. And Dmitry gets an opportunity now to play with the white pieces. And let's also check in on Fabiano.
Yes, okay. And draw grid. Very nice. We caught the end of the game.
Yep, beautiful game. Tough
Amazing.
game. Tough game for sure.
We'll spend about an hour analyzing it afterward. But first, let's look at the Caruana game. And this one, very similarly colorless.
Wow. Fabiano is trying to outplay his opponent with the black pieces. That's intense stuff right there. That is the sign of a former 28-32 rated player or whatever he was. And I mean, peak, he was like 28-45 or something completely ridiculous, maybe 28-50. So he's trying to seize control of the A file. I think if Jospin plays his cards right here, he still should be able to draw. Let's not forget, Fabiano has 6 out of 7 pawns on dark squares. You almost forget he has a dark squared bishop. But if he's able,
kind of sitting there, hey, what about me?
It literally cannot participate in the game because of all the other pawns. But the A file is still, Queen B7, Rook A, different kind of stuff. I think if Jospin plays his cards right here, he should be able to hold. I don't know what you think, but that's what I think.
Well, I think the card he should play is putting a knight on b3 so that later on he can play rook a1 and neutralize black's a-file control. But one thing you don't want to do is take on a8 too quickly. I think that is how you dig yourself into a hole here. You allow the rook to get to a2. Now, even this position I think should be a draw. No question about it. And the reason is that black has no entry points, right? When you look at the position, it's not just about the piece activity. It's about, can you envision a reality where one side infiltrates? And here the answer is no. White's controlling d4. Maybe if the knight somehow can get to a4, but even then, the bishop can drop back to c1. So I honestly don't see Jose losing this game. I think the one thing he wants to avoid is getting himself under, let's say, 2 minutes, right? You want to keep 3-4 minutes on your clock so that you can deal with unexpected defensive challenges. And there he goes. Knight b3 is on the board. I think we're going to see a peaceful outcome in this game as well.
Yeah, we've seen for the first time, at least I saw for the first time, some legitimate nerves from Jospin in that matchup against Alexienko. And if you're going to have nerves against Alexienko, you're going to have nerves against Fabiano Caruana.
Yeah.
And you're going to have nerves when you have 30 seconds on the clock. So it's important for a lot of these guys to maintain sufficient time situation that would benefit them in the long run.
And we have to switch to the Sam Sevian game because action is happening there. I promised I listened to what you were saying, Levy.
No, I listened. We told the audience we were going for a very brief walk, and now we are right back home, right in front of the monitor, and the position is exploding.
The position is exploding, and as we kind of speculated, it wasn't a pawn that appeared on d6. A pawn appeared on e6. There he goes. And the point of this move is to explode the king side.
Yes, h5 is a lunatic move from MVL. It might be the best move, but it is a lunatic move. He's like, you're attacking me.
It's not the best move.
Okay, it's not the best move. It's MVL. He's being MVL. He just takes another pawn. He don't care. He's up 2 pawns. He's like, come and mate me. Come and mate me, Sam.
Rome is burning, and you're walking into the bakery, and you're making a withdrawal at the bank, and then you're going to the bakery to get a baguette. Like, the empire is on fire. Bishop takes g6. Your king is getting checkmated.
Yep, but
he's still playing instantly.
He's playing instantly. I mean, you can hang mate here. There's DE, queen d4, rook c1, GG.
Yep, it's +4. I think the reason why might have something to do with the move queen f6.
That's a very natural move. The problem here for MVL is that all of White's moves are natural. There are ways to hang mate, and there are ways not to do that and still be winning. So, okay, Sam has 2 minutes.
But queen f6, queen g7. This does not look like a +5 position. This looks a lot more double-edged than that.
Rook
e6, I'm happy to trade queens.
Yeah.
And, that endgame, I think Black will happy to have with open arms. I think queen g5 is probably the move here.
That's tough.
And what really hurts Black is his inability to put a second rook on the second rank. If he could do that, he'd basically have a guaranteed draw. But that bishop on g6 is actually an unsung hero.
I think queen f6, queen g5 is unfindable with 100 seconds on the clock. What do you think?
Well, queen f6 is pretty natural.
Yes.
But it's so easy to see queen g7 and say, oh, that doesn't work.
Right. But to find queen g5 and understand it's the best move, like instinctively, you want to play something that's more forcing. By the way, Sam Savion is now down 2.5 minutes. I called this.
Exactly.
I called this. Like this
was MVL strategy all along.
Yep. This is it. Sam Savion now has to, and you see him. He's moving his hands away from his head. He's moving them back to his head. He's scratching his hair because he knows, he can sense it. MVL is sitting there making faces at his opponent. Look at this psychological warfare. He's like, do something about it. You know, what are you going to do? And there he goes. He's down under a minute. He's 50 seconds on the clock.
Tick tock goes the clock. 50 seconds. Queen F6 is the move. I don't see too many alternatives. I mean, Black's king looks pretty darn safe. You would never think that this is +5. I mean, the players have no idea what the evaluation is.
And there it is.
Rook E5 from Sebian, and boom goes the dynamite. His idea is to play Rook G5. MVL is obviously not out of the woods here.
No, but what is there? This is the thing that I will never understand about these positions. Sure, you see the eval. I don't know what the move is here for Black. I have no idea what it is. Does MVL know what it is?
God himself does not know what the move is here. I mean, you know, a coalition of all of the grandmasters would probably not be able to find the best move. Now, Queen G7 is what my intuition was screaming, Levy, when I see Rook E5. Put the queen on G7 and X-ray the pawn on G3. But after Queen G7, you have to reckon with D takes E6, and the problem is that if you grab the bishop, Rook G5 picks off the queen, and White's going to win this.
Yeah, the E6
so it's
pawn,
not Queen G7.
The E6 pawn is a phantom piece. What just happened?
He played Rook G2 and took another pawn.
He does not care.
On G3.
And now Rook G1, a calm rook.
That's an amazing move.
Queen G1, is that the idea?
Or even King G1. The problem is that Black runs out of resources against White's king. And if White's hands are untied, he's putting a rook on G5, and that is a death knell for the Black king.
MVL is, so his strategy works, but it also doesn't, because there's going to be a moment where he has to be ultra precise with his defense. And in this case, he got a little bit too greedy. Got a little bit too greedy for his own good. And
by the way, it appears that the only move in this position was bishop h3 to f5. The only way to preserve the balance.
Yeah, wow.
We're getting out of here.
Wow. Okay, let's go back to the
New
live
York,
position.
grabbing a slice of pizza. This is crazy. No comment. h4 by MVL as he continues trying to close the g file. What if White takes and goes rook g5? White gets mated on c1. What an idea. But could White go rook g5 immediately? Like here?
X-ray defense of the two rooks, the bishop coming in, rook h5, rook h8 also was some, well, queen h8 was some sort of mate, but yeah, this is it. I think rook g5.
It's over.
I think it's, yeah, I legitimately think it's over. There's nothing. I mean, I just don't.
The church bells are starting to ring. I mean, this is, the king is not getting out of this one. Not even MVL's king. As many lives as it has. King f8, queen f6. You have no counterplay going against White's king at this point.
Yep.
I don't see even a way to complicate the game.
Only way to complicate it is if Sam's Wi-Fi gives out. He has 20 seconds on the clock, and I don't want to jinx that. It was crazy because Sevian actually went down 3 minutes on the clock there at some moment. So it was super scary, and he did mess it up. But luckily for him, he messed it up in a way that was still very difficult to defend. Yeah, well.
Oh, what a move! Queen e5, bishop g2 is mate.
Oh,
but I think bishop f5 check should do the trick. And Sam is not going to be fooled here. He knows that MVL is taking his last breaths.
King f8.
Now just queen takes e5, maybe?
I thought queen b4.
Also good.
And if queen e7, you have rook g8.
Oh my god, what a move!
Oh, that's so gross.
X-ray defense once again. And rook g8, king f7, rook g7. How do you like that?
Yeah, but he has 4 seconds. He has to make a move. Oh my gosh.
And there it is.
Oh my god,
what a move.
Oh my gosh. He almost lost on time. Yeah, he has incredible X-ray defense here. Amazing.
Look at that rook. It's like all alone there, and yet it's protected by the rook on g1.
Amazing. And the craziest thing is at the end of this whole sequence, White's queen will give a check that wins material back. That's the incredible thing.
That's actually the reason it's, totally winning. Otherwise, Black would have had some phantom chances.
Yeah, otherwise MVL grabbing all those pawns and putting them in his cart and running. Yeah, that's it. Resignation.
He has equalized the score. You could see that satisfied deep breath by Sevian. He needs to get out of the room. He's had enough of that. and so has MVL. The score is 1-1.
What a match.
What a game we just saw, Levy. This is incredible.
Yeah, that's that. You cannot respond much better. You play something that MVL doesn't always face. You get him into an unpleasant position, and you grind him down in the opening that he literally is known for. Welcome back to the big show, Sam Sevian. Get that 90-10 garbage out of here.
Get that out of my face, says Sam Sevian. And Jose Martinez wants to get that knight on d4 out of his face. Yeah. They're still playing, and I still think this is well within the boundaries of a draw.
Absolutely. By the way, he won back control of the A-file, so...
Yeah, he did.
It was kind of strange. And in fact, if anything, when White gets... Oh, 93 and draw offered, probably.
Whoa, 91.
Oh, yeah. Oh, once again,
Watch out.
Wait, King E2, King F1... I was like, can I trap your knight?
I think you can if you... Maybe Queen A4?
No, but 93, 91, King F1, 93, King E2?
Oh my god. Well, Knight C1 and Knight B3.
Oh, and you get back to D4. If you take my pawn, though, you get trapped with, like, Queen A2.
I do, with Queen A2. Let me show that really, really quickly as he's thinking. So 93, Levy, is what you're saying. 91.
It's still a draw?
King F1 takes... It apparently is still equal. King E2. Okay, this is the mistake because Black goes Knight C1 and Knight B3, but not Knight takes B2 because of Queen A2. And as you're saying, the Knight is trapped. That's a really cool line.
Wow. So what is the move?
The move apparently is, in this position, it is Queen A4. No comment. Queen A4, by the way, is on the board in our live position. Let's go back there. Okay. And again, the point is that now if you take on D3, you get your knight trapped with Queen C4.
Draw.
I think we're going to see a repetition.
Wow.
Draw.
So 2 matches with nothing to choose between the players. Just 4 extremely solid games. Could be decided in an ultimate Armageddon. Could be decided in a 4th rapid game, or obviously a 3rd one. But so far, just dead even, these 2 matches. Absolutely dead even. Nobody has made any real mistakes. Another odds thing here, 92-8 in this match was an insult to Jose Martinez. Put some damn respect on his name, the people who voted 92% for Fabiano. We get it, but come on. That brings 6 games of action to a close. We will update our scoreboard and put it up there in a moment. Every single match is tied 1-1, Danya. 2 of them have been relatively tame, kind of understandable for a round of 32 as the players look to pick each other apart in a point fight and maybe look for 1 inaccuracy out of 4 games. But dear Lord, MVL and Sevian are punching each other like they owe each other money, okay?
I can't wait for game 3. Obviously, Sam has some opening problems he has to solve. I can bet a silver dollar he is not going to be repeating the open Ruy Lopez, but we will see. There's a lot of decisions, micro decisions that these players have to make in this break. So the break comes at a perfect time. We are halfway through today's fascinating round of 32 CGC matches. We hope that you are enjoying the show on this lovely Wednesday afternoon. We're going to let the players take a quick breather before round 3, and we will be back with more Chess.com Global Championship action on the other side of this very short break. A mere 13 years old when he earned the title of GM, Sam Sevian was the youngest in US history to do so. That's right, younger than Fischer, younger than Caruana, and younger than Nakamura. Now 21 and a super grandmaster, Sevian reached a 2,700 FIDE rating this spring. The young American continued to flash signs of his early promise while qualifying for the Chess.com Global Championships.
Look at him. He's looking pleased. He knows he got this under control.
Competing in one of the first handful of play-in events, Sevian was simply faster than the competition. After scoring 7.5 points out of 9 to reach the playoff match, he flagged his opponent to secure a spot in the CGC bracket of 64.
We'll see a dominant performance. Sevian is very in control of this game and will be the first one moving on to the round of 32 of these games going on right now.
Placed in a group with fellow American Levon Aronian, Sevian will look to continue to tap into the confidence he walked away with from his performance during the play-in phase and other recent successes. He's one of the guys who has the best chances.
It's definitely a dark horse who could be dancing in Toronto when we head there. Open to anyone, all around the world.
Holy smokes!
The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best.
Whoa!
And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
Caruana, amazing comeback against Barton Kravtsev, is probably going to go down in the books as the most heartbreaking match that we've seen thus far. The closest one to getting into an upset.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
What? 7 minutes?
Yeah, that's completely nuts.
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 32. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
And we welcome you back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Chess.com Global Championship. We're watching the round of 32 here alongside the one and only I am Levy Rosman. It's been a fascinating ride so far. And as we look at the tournament overview, Levy, we have come a pretty damn long way, and we have a long way to go until Toronto.
Yeah, when I first saw this event announced, I just made a mental note to not try to participate in the qualifiers because I wanted actually good chess players to participate. In the spring, we saw thousands and thousands of players qualifying. 561 in the summer played for the play-ins. And then ultimately last week, 32 players made it to the round of 64 through these stages of qualification. It was the Hunger Games. Some folks waited until the last week or two to make it after failing multiple times. Some tried once, made it once, never tried again. Obviously, why would they? That literally doesn't make any sense. And we invited 32 other players to play. The whole point of today, of this event was to give the top names in the world an opportunity to play and 32 qualified players, right? Not just these round robins that, I don't want to say plague the chess world and where we see the same names over and over, but that is the way chess generally works. It is an invitation system of 10 players, 12 players, and so on. We have 64. Why? You can figure that out yourself. And after the first, and it's because there's 64 squares on a chessboard, just in case someone's like, that's not nice, I don't know. Danya, today has been an epic day. Admittedly, it's been an epic day because of two guys. 4 guys are that. You know, they got
kind of
time.
along for the ride. Yeah, they got time to prove themselves, redeem themselves. Just no more Berlins, please, Gada, Dimitri, Abby, Jose. Just please spare me.
Yes, Sam Sevian has arrived for his game. He's got the door there.
Now watch this be a Berlin. Watch the twist of fate, and Sam play the Berlin. Just watch.
He might, by the way, because his first Spanish did not go very.
Ooh. Will he take on E4 though? He does. That I did not expect, Levy. I would bet. I literally said I'd bet I guess I owe him a silver dollar now.
Oh my goodness, that is actually shocking. I guess he decided rather than playing a completely new opening, well, not a new opening, but just a different opening than he did in the first game, he's going to go straight for the same line. This is the exact same set of moves.
And he must have looked it up during the break. There's no other alternative, right? Because he literally walked headfirst into a losing position by move 20. They continue to repeat the game. When is he going to deviate?
Yeah, seriously.
When is he going to deviate?
This is incredible. Bishop E3, this is literally a repeat of game number 1.
Literally. Now, we switched to the other games right around this point. Full disclosure, I don't remember what he did in this position after he took on E3.
Yeah, but he was losing like 3 moves later. Okay, this time he plays... Is this still the same game?
That is new. No, that's new because I remember White had a pawn on C4 when Black had a pawn on D4. No, this is completely new.
Okay, so Sam has improved.
This looks a whole of a lot better for Black than the previous game.
Yeah, look at Sam sitting back, cracking his knuckles, and he's ready to go.
Well,
what? Knight H2, getting the knight out.
Slow down! Oh my god, stop blithering up moves.
What is
it's
this?
Move 23. Dude, they're pre-moving.
Wow, this is crazy. You think they've both analyzed this position?
I don't know why you would ever think that. I mean, they're taking 10 minutes a move. Clearly they're improvising.
Yeah, but the fascinating thing is that means they both know the theory. Like, I can't imagine this has happened before, right?
I feel like there was a time like around 2012, 13 when engines, became essentially unbeatable. And there were tournaments, there were games when players were following the same line for like 40 moves. I feel like we're in a different era now where it's all about avoiding theory. But this game brings me back to like the chess of 10 years ago. This is awesome. We're 25 moves in, and both players have essentially all of their time on the clock.
Yeah, I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go do a database dive. So if you don't mind walking the audience potentially through some of the ideas of the position,
Absolutely.
I'm gonna.
Well, I'll do my best. The first thing I'll say, let's bring up an analysis board here real fast. First thing to clarify: why can't White take on D4? That is because of Queen takes D4, classic trick. Queen takes D4, Knight E2 picks off the queen. Black emerges with an extra rook. Now, the biggest advantage for Black is very obvious. It's the knight on F4 and the tactical ideas that knight produces, which include Queen G5. The pawn on D4 is both the strength and a weakness. It would be a strength if it can move into D3 in some version. It could be used as a decoy. Now, it will obviously be a weakness and an endgame. You can understand that there are scenarios where if White solves the problem of the check on E2, if White wins the pawn on D4, that is how Black's strategy will result in failure. So that pawn on D4 is what I'm keeping a very close eye on. And with Bishop E4, MVL has finally gotten Sam Sevian to spend more than 2 seconds. What has your deep dive revealed, Levy?
My deep dive revealed that the move A4 on move 13, if you can bring the audience back to that move, is already a rare move. In fact,
14.
in that... Right. Yeah. Is it 13 or 14?
It's 14. So perhaps.
How did I input the wrong move order? Was there
that does happen to me sometimes. I think you probably skipped a move pair.
Okay. Yeah.
Did you input rook E1 bishop G4 before A4?
No, I did not. Okay.
That's the culprit.
Got it. So it was rook E1 bishop G4 A4. Wow. Okay, that's never happened.
A4 is, you're telling me A4 move 14 is a novelty and they blitzed out 10 more moves each?
Yes.
That's what you're telling me.
Yes. I mean, maybe there is a chance of a transposition, but according to the database, yes. Now, it becomes a few other games, so it does transpose. So there was a game, MVL Deac, from the Bucharest Superbet Chess Classic. Wow.
I remember that one.
And MVL lost that game, by the way.
But when did they deviate from that game?
They deviated from that game on move 16. Deac took on he played D4 right away. Whereas
he played D4 here.
Yes, in this game things were a little bit different. Wow, that is unbelievable. What a
That's some pretty deep preparation.
Yeah, they blitzed everything. They literally both blitzed the entire game. A game that has never, ever happened before, demonstrating both of their prep.
This. And look at all, I mean, pieces are hanging. You can't take on D3 because of 96, I suppose. All of this had to be researched to no end by these players. But finally, Levy, it seems that MVL has gotten Sam out of his preparation with the move Bishop E4.
Yep, the rest of the game will be determined by how well that bishop can compare to the knight. They're both going to have their trump cards. The d4 pawn potentially will be weak for black, or it will be a major asset. We've been told that some of the other games have started, so let's go for a walk. I don't know. We go where you take us.
Well, let's start with a Gata game this time, just because we started with the Fabi game the previous round. So here they are also repeating the Slav, but a different kind of Slav from game one. Here we see the bishop on f5. This is called the Chebanenko variation. Gata is a champion of this line, and that is the early a6, with the obvious idea of expanding on the queen side with b5.
Yep, it's another part of the Slav repertoires that he loves. He does not care if his position is a little bit passive. Nowadays, not a lot of top players are playing a6. There are better ways of playing, like the semi-Slav or even the DC4 Slav. But a6, knight e5 is a move that what is that move?
That's a big move. That's a big move. I think the point, well, first of all, we should point out that e6 in such positions is almost always a really, really big mistake because of this. And perhaps some of you have seen this in other openings. You go g4, bishop g6, h4, and say, well, is this really that big of a problem? Is this the hill that I die on? And the answer is yes. You have no way to stop h5 and f3 other than to push the h pawn yourself. But if you do that, then you have to reckon with the destruction of your entire pawn structure. I mean, this is just lost for black.
Yeah, it's
so
hopeless.
Whatever you do, don't play e6 in that position.
Yeah, don't play e6. g6 is unguardable completely in this kind of case, and e6 will just be a permanent liability. This is definitely an interesting one. If Andreikin keeps this up, he has very good chances. Of course, he might also overextend, and that is Gata's entire playing style with black. Ultra solid, giving the opponent the impression that there's an attack to be made and potential overextension. Gata is not putting his hands over his head because he's unhappy with his position. It's a bit too early to be losing. Gata is not the chat, let's be honest. Knight e5 is just a move that he might have not exactly remembered, so he's trying to remember the prep.
Yeah, in 1980, I had some line. I studied with Yuri Razuvayev and trying to remember all of those files. He's got just an unbelievable wealth of experience in Slav structures. He's been playing them for decades. But tell you what, Levy, I mean, it concerns me that Gata is taking as long as he is, because this looks like a very, very dangerous position to have if you're not super crisp on your preparation. Like after knight bd7, imagine having to face queen b3 without preparation. Now this pawn's hanging, that pawn's hanging. I mean, I'm concerned for Gata. I think the next few moves are going to be critical. Well,
what's really interesting is Gata has actually faced both of those moves.
Ooh, really?
Yeah, so he's already faced knight e5 and queen b3. It was in a game against Alexei Caruana.
In what year?
In the chess.com Rapid Week 23.
Oh, recently?
Yeah, relatively recently.
So what you're saying is Gata played knight bd7, Caruana played queen b3, and then how did Gata respond to that?
He played queen c7 and lost the game in 24 moves. So the thing is, so here's the interesting thing about that. In many ways, that is the wrong approach by Andreikin, because games you lose that badly, you will do work on. In fact, I've heard from coaches, you should prepare against openings where people have some success, because they might be more lazy. They'll go, I won, I don't have to analyze. But the truth is, if an opening is objectively dangerous for a player and you saw somebody win in 24 moves, you might go down that same path and you might go, listen, that guy might have done his homework, but it's still a dangerous line.
One would think, but Gata's taken about 3.5 minutes now, and he puts his hands over his head again, playing more peekaboo. So he might have looked it up, but it's entirely possible that he's having a hard time remembering the research that he did after the Caruana loss.
Yeah, I don't know what the best move is in this position. Is it knight d7, queen c7 like he played against Caruana, or is that not the right way of playing?
It's hard to say. I mean, I'm so blind in these types of positions. I just don't have a good grasp on the ideas. I never know when black should play b5. I know that some people play h6 in these types of positions to obviously take the sting out of the move g4, but then queen b3 looks even more dangerous. I honestly have no idea. I think we should leave Gata to figure this out. And we also have some interesting developments in our other game.
Okay.
Jospin against Caruana. So let's briefly fly on over and take a gander at that game. At first, I thought that black is just much better. And then I realized that he doesn't exactly have his cake and is eating it too. He is down a pawn. But I still kind of like Jose's position here.
What opening was this?
This was another Petrov. It looks like a Sicilian.
Yeah, it looks really weird. And I guess black is saying, I have a light squared bishop that's worth an extra pawn. That's basically the argument.
It was this fashionable line with bishop d3, which is such a strange move to cover the pawn. But the point is to put quick pressure on the knight. Now, Jose just says, hey, you want my knight? Here, go take it. Fabiano says, okay, I'm taking it. After c5 and knight c6, black establishes full control over the d4 square, which I think is part of why black's compensation here is so extensive. Okay, right now we have this position.
So is the plan here for black like queen d5, f5, g5? You know, something completely... Well,
that's exactly what it is.
Well, there you go. There you go.
Look at you. F5 is actually a huge threat. It wins the knight in this position.
Yeah, f5 just wins the game for black. So maybe not right away. Maybe white will survive, but there's no point of even allowing that situation. Wow, f3.
Okay, so... Ugh.
Wow.
F3. That is a serious move. But I guess it's a move you had to make because at least it blunts the bishop.
Yes. Yes, absolutely. You have to play that and you sort of have to hang on. This match has been quite interesting for what it's worth. 2 draws, but complex ones.
It's been a close Alexa Shush. It's been close. I mean, I could see this going either way. I could see this game going either way. I could see this match going either way. But Jose, he's down 3 minutes on the clock. I would say that the ball is in his court right now, right? He is down a pawn. White does have this knight on e4. And the big decision for Jose right now is whether he wants to push the f-pawn. Because you don't make a move like that unless you very seriously consider the drawbacks. And the drawbacks are pretty serious. It weakens e5. It permanently weakens your king. So very high tension type of position.
The other idea of rook c6, besides trying to go to e6 or g6, is the fact that the c2 pawn can't really escape danger. The only way to do that would be tying your shoes together, trying to defend it. Not actually, that would not defend it. You would need to move your pieces in a certain way. I don't think Fabiano's going to actually tie his shoes together. But the alternative, of course, is moving it and allowing black to take you either on c3 with the pawn or on c4 via magic trick. And that would open up the queen pressuring d3. That would open up the diagonal to the king. So definitely some chances here for Jospin, even in the fact that he is down a pawn, but he is down a pawn. That's substantial.
I believe he's down a pawn, but I'm not totally sure.
Yeah, from what I can see, I listen, I'm not a psychic, but it most certainly seems that way. Yes, it seems Jospin might not have as many pawns as Fabiano.
You know, I heard word on the street. I've been, collecting opinions on the position. Word on the street does seem to be that white has 7 pawns and black has 6.
That would, in fact, indicate yes.
Rumors.
Yes. Listen, it might be a hot take. It might make a few people uncomfortable, but Fabi is winning in this position by 1 pawn.
No, it's going to cause a storm on Reddit and all the social media sites. In the meantime, we have more action in our other 2 games. So let's dip into the MVL game for a bit to update y'all on where that open Ruiz stands.
Yep.
And the queen stands on h5, threatening checkmate on h7. The black queen is giving check to the white king right now.
Yep. For the record, in this position, neither color is up a pawn. So just in case we need to, one more time, let everybody know that situation.
I mean, stop the controversial thing. I need to tone down the poorly thought out, highly polemical takes on the situation.
What a word. What? Oh my God! I gotta go to. Yeah. What do you? Why are you this intelligent? Define polemical.
Well, I needed a synonym for controversial because I just said the word controversial like 3 times.
Wow.
That's the only word I could come up with.
Relating to or involving strongly critical, controversial, or disputatious writing or speech. Man, this is what happens when you combine a chess GM with an Ivy League grad. You know, I feel like you get words with polemical on a chess broadcast.
I need to disabuse you of the notion that I use too many complicated words.
Yes. and then you just gotta write, you know, but okay.
Right,
So,
exactly. If I bet the black, but okay. So I think they're in an end game. The queens are off the board, as we've been talking. And there's no question in my mind that white is the one pushing here. I mean, black, remember we talked about the d-pawn, and I mentioned that in the event that the queens are off the board, that pawn is likelier to be a weakness than a strength. And I think that's exactly what we're seeing.
Sorry, what about rook b3? Is the idea to take on d4 and... I don't...
Oh, no, it's just a draw, isn't it? I forgot that the f2 pawn was hanging. I thought that the idea was to take and play rook d6 here, but the pawn's hanging. No, I think it should be a draw.
Did he just... I mean, is MVL saying if black puts the rook on b3, like, I will just... Yeah, I'm going to bring my king, and he can't really do anything? Is that the point?
Yeah, because now the threat is rook takes d4, right? And rook d6 in the final... Which is still a draw, by the way. Which we should clarify is still a draw. That's a 2-on-3. It's relatively easy to hold given black's pawn arrangement, which is ideal.
Yep.
h7, g6 is good.
So just king g7 or what?
I don't know what g7 is perfectly sufficient for a draw.
Yeah.
Now, d3 should be considered. Maybe this is like the principled move if you don't want to give away any pawns, but then you've got to deal with the rook kind of being stranded. Imagine white's king landing on a2.
I was gonna bring that up actually. That's one of the things I was gonna mention. The rook on b3 is hilariously trapped, which would be a very, very hilarious way to lose a rook. But by then, I think black will save it.
Yeah, by then we'll have the, bigger problems to solve. By the time the king gets to a2, the Earth will have turned into a flaming supernova.
Yeah,
so black's got a lot of time.
Long journey for that king on g2. Listen,
it's like, yeah,
if Sam holds this game, he has very legitimate chances to move on. Very legitimate.
This is exactly what you want as an underdog. You want to, I mean, as stressful as it is for both of them, as the lower rated player, you want everything to coalesce into one game. You want to make everything be about one move. And Sam's going to have the white pieces in the last game. So you could not ask for a better scenario if you're Sam 7. I just got to give him props, Levy, for repeating this opening. Oftentimes, players do this out of pride, right? Because they don't want to admit that the opponent knows more about this opening than they do. Here, Sam Sevian actually did his research. He played it again bravely, and he's equalized, and he's on the cusp of making a draw and getting the white pieces in the final decisive game. This is big.
Yeah, this is very big.
King f1, rook takes b2. Oh, no, that's not the idea. Sorry.
Wait, why not?
Because if d2, rook takes d2, and rook takes b4. And with the additional a pawns, this is not going to be easy to draw.
White will wait, walk the king over, win the a pawn, and it won't be a 3-on-2. It'll be a 2-2 with the a pawn, and that's probably winning.
Yeah, it's more likely to be complicated.
Yeah.
I mean, all rook endgames are drawn, but okay. I mean, Sevian still has a couple of problems that he needs to solve here.
Yes.
In the meantime,
it's not over. Okay, let's go take a look at some other stuff.
Okay,
How's
we
Gata?
need to look at Gata's game. Oh my goodness, crazy stuff's happening there.
Yeah, we looked at. So what did he ultimately play? What the?
I'm still adjusting my eyes to the current position.
Why is this king on f7 in every game?
I know his king was on f7 in the previous black game as well. You called it.
Okay, what happened after knight e5? He obviously did not play.
He ended up playing the immediate b5, which we did point out as a possibility. Takes g4, bishop c8, which is essentially forced. You can't put it on g6, as we discussed. Queen f3, b4, knight a4, knight d7, knight f7, and g5 winning the knight back.
Wow. That is epic stuff here. Good lord. Obviously, this has never been played before. Yeah, b5 on its own was almost a novelty, which is not a good thing. Okay, we should say it's not a good thing. Like, for Gata to spend a sizable amount of his time, head in his hands, and then play the move b5. But this is Gata. Gata, as you can see, will take an unpleasant position, and he doesn't care. okay? Literally, figuratively, metaphorically, spiritually, emotionally, it doesn't matter. He doesn't care. It doesn't matter if the position looks unpleasant. White has to beat him. This looks unpleasant for black, sure. But God is far from lost. He's even far from worse, according to the computer.
But he's not far from acute time pressure, and that's maybe what worries me the most.
Yes, exactly.
So the big question now, I mean, obviously black's going to give up the knight on f6. Black has essentially one tempo, right? Because after gf, he's going to have to recapture the f6 pawn. The question is, how does black want to approach the question of completing his development, which still needs to happen, by the way? My instinct would be to play e6. I think the simplest would be to play e6, knight f6, and then try to go bishop d6, rook f8. And guess what? The fact that white is sacked on f7, Levy, could end up being a blessing in disguise for black. You can imagine a reality where that f-file comes back to bite white in the you-know-what.
Yeah, white's plan of taking on f7 works if the king gets checkmated. If the king doesn't get checkmated, the rook is going to f8, the king is going to g8, as you just described. It's white who's having problems.
Okay, Gata needs to move. He's down to 4 minutes. He plays g6, so similar idea on the other side. My guess is that he wants to keep the c8, h3 diagonal open for his light-scored bishop.
Yeah, is the idea of bishop g7 or even king g7? I mean, they both actually look reasonable, because he could take it with the pawn after that or the knight, and then be totally solid.
Yeah, I guess it all depends on what Gata's going to recapture with. Like, again, I want... my instinct would be to keep the f-file open, but Gata's also... Oh, no, you can't play e takes f6 because the d5 pawn also...
yeah. Well, yeah, you can. But, I got to tell you, rook b8, and who knows, maybe there's compensation there, but...
Well, maybe, but... Okay, after gf6, you can also play e6. If you want to... Nah, but e6 is unnecessary because that would defeat the purpose of playing g6.
Yeah. There's no need.
So...
Right? Gata's most likely going bishop g7.
Yeah, he's going bishop. I think he's going bishop g7 and rook f8, and I think it's going to be up to Dmitry to figure out a way to complete his own development in a timely fashion. I mean, none of Dmitry's pieces are on good squares either, right? I mean, literally all of them are either on their initial square or, in the event of the knight, just like chilling on the side of the board.
Yeah, this is an absolutely fascinating game. I honestly don't want to take it off the screen. Can you do me a favor? Can you be... I don't want this game up on the screen just yet. Is there interesting developments in Fabiano versus Jose Martinez?
It's still... The nature of the position has basically stayed the same. So
Okay.
Nothing apocalyptic has occurred in that game.
Okay, then let's stay here.
So we can stay here for a bit, yeah. And I'm also keeping an eye on the Sam Sevian game because Sevian is down at 2.5 minutes. So we'll bring you that game in a little bit, but let's wait for Gata's. Let's wait for the next couple of moves here because they're going to dictate the subsequent course of the game.
All right. So why is that a blunder? Yeah. Let's and look at Andreikin not taking.
Trying to be cheeky.
Like, why is that a mistake? King g7, then you can take with the knight, and then the bishops are getting traded. Like, what is it?
To be honest, I'm not attracted to King g7 as much as you are. My instinct is strongly in favor of Bishop g7.
Sure.
But maybe you're right. Maybe the best thing to do is to get the king to safety as a matter of top priority.
Yeah, I don't know. Again, we have the advantage of the bar, so I'm immediately looking for tactics. What about e5? Yeah. Ooh.
e5 was really interesting. The point of e5, by the way, would be to meet gf6 with e4, closing the center and forcing this queen off of f3. Anyways, we're over that. That ship has sailed. h6 forces white's hand.
Yeah, with 3.5 minutes on the clock for Gata, he's getting lost in the position, not because it's bad necessarily, but because it's so rich. I kind of feel like it's that. Sure, it's difficult, but it's also just a very rich position. Some players like MVL, they don't get lost in the richness of the position. MVL's a practical guy sometimes, and he plays the clock. Guys like Grishuk, seemingly Kamsky in this game, Ivanchuk, right? They get lost in the intricacies of the position because it's such a beautiful game, and so many things look good. But he's got 3 minutes, and Andreikin is not getting lost in the intricacies of the position. He's just playing moves because you have to make moves.
Dmitry is a ridiculously practical player. Like his emphasis is always on maximizing the chances that he wins the current game. Not to suggest that he's not an artist, that he's not a ridiculously strong player, but he's always got one eye on the clock. And I think right now he senses that the optimal strategy is to put pressure on Gata's clock, maybe at the expense of top quality moves. But he's making perfectly decent moves. All the same, Rook C1 looks pretty darn good.
Yes, it does. Got it
Okay,
down.
A little bit concerning. Yeah, pawn on a6 is weak. I feel like if I had to choose a side, I'd choose white here.
Yeah, me too. I like to see in the G files. I actually liked black's position for like 2 moves, but then he played H6. E5 I would have played. E5 is just a great move to play. You lose, you have fun. You win, you have even more fun. But I don't think
it's black's position smells.
That's not
nice. It doesn't smell good. So it smells bad.
Yeah. No, I thought actually E5 was very intuitive. I saw the comment on the screen. To me, E5 was very intuitive because the white queen was on F3 and it would be subjected to various tempi. So I think both commentators disagree with this comment.
I forgot that white could castle. I forgot that white could do that. Black can't do that.
Yeah, black can't do that. But his king is on F7, which seems like, it's like when Rock Lee dropped the belt. You know what I mean? Like, it's for Gada, he just needs the king on F7 and then everything is good. What's not good is he has 2 minutes.
It's funny. They did have a knight versus bishop position, I think, in their first game as well. Bishop takes C5, but Gada starting to accelerate the pace of his play. He's going to follow up, I think, with A5 and maybe try to put a knight on E4. So Dmitry should seriously consider putting a pawn on F3 to try to restrict the knight. By the way, Sam Sevian's game, they have entered a 3-on-2 rook endgame, so I'm 99% sure that he will hold a draw.
That's amazing. The top guys, the top 10 players, they agree to draws. They don't even play that endgame out, which is really funny.
Yep, not anymore, right? There's just total faith in their ability to draw. Should we switch to that game? Just so we can show everybody how confidently Sam Sevian is holding his own?
Yeah, this is definitely the game of the round. This is an insane position. But let's just quickly check in on Sevian. Massive improvement from his first game with the... Okay, this is over. This is not... Yeah. This isn't even... the Philidor position here is a draw permanently.
G5, by the way, is coming for black. Like, if white moves the rook, black will play G5. No matter how many G-pawns you have, it's going to be still a draw. Fun fact.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. So there's this 6th rank defense for black, and if the second that the pawn crosses, there's various checks and drawing opportunities. So, but this probably is the best practical attempt at winning, right?
Yes.
Like rook A7 and.
The only way that I have seen people lose this with black is in response to rook A7 check. If you play an ill-timed king E6, you could allow like rook G7, right, and lose the pawn. But I think the way Sevian is doing this is ideal. MVL is going to try to go rook D5 and king E5. So there's going to be one more hurdle for Sam Sevian to cross. Let's see how he does it.
Yeah.
Rook F1, I think.
Yes, it's to not allow king F6, because king F6, king G6 will be problematic.
Even if you win the H-pawn, you want to avoid a situation where white's king is on G6 and black's king is on G8. That's like literally the nightmare scenario.
Yeah, but this is good. Just not allowing the king in, and even if the king gets in, there's no other way to make any progress. Yep, king G7. I don't think there's any way to mess this up. I mean, you can just play rook F2, rook F1, king G7, king G8, right? No, you can't play king G7. But
I was going to say rook F2, king E7. There is a way for white to mess it up.
Yeah.
Okay, rook F4 wins the pawn.
Certainly,
that's
certainly.
It.
Yep.
I think that's it. I mean, maybe king E5 keeps the H-pawn alive because you don't want to take it.
Yeah.
Or maybe you do want to take it and go rook B4. I think that even that's a draw. No, that's a dead draw.
Yeah. Yes. Yep. He's not doing it. That's the thing about these endgames. You the last thing you want to do is ruin your Chess.com Global Championship by taking a pawn in a drawn rook endgame and not holding it. So, it's...
Yeah. No, this is okay. We can probably move on from this game. Sam has a minute on his clock.
This is huge.
Plenty.
It's a huge result. It's a huge result for Sam.
Stressful times for MVL. He's going to have to not lose on demand of the black pieces.
I got to tell you,
yeah.
So when in the UFC, like I'm a fan of the UFC, and there's live odds, right? There's odds pre and odds like in the fight. I think the live odds are very close to 50-50.
Yeah.
Because the convincing nature of that win in the second game, this is huge. If they go to a Grunfeld again, it could be a problem for MVL seeing how Sam played that game. This is a huge moment for Sam.
No, this is massive. This is a on-demand save. Everything boils down to the last game. And like I said, that's exactly what you want as the lower rated. Okay, well, we've got 2 more games to choose from. Let's swing back to the Kamsky game for a little while because the Caruana game is still essentially in the same type of position that they've been in for just about like 15 moves. We'll bring you that game, we promise. But more crazy stuff is happening here.
This is completely nuts. I can't believe the evaluation is close to equal.
It always is.
It's such an absurd position.
Look at Kamsky's clock. It's down to a minute.
That's not good. That's not good. I would say the live odds maybe of this game are 85% to Andreikin. Yep. But having said that, no, actually, having said that, nothing. If black trades queens here on g3, how much worse does this position get?
Well, there's this crazy line. Queen takes you may say DE0, I'm opening up an attack on the bishop. I think Dimitri's idea might be f takes e4, rook d2, and e5 with rook takes f6 to fall. Look at all these pawns on the 6th rank. All of them are sitting ducks, and black's other rook is tied down to the c6 pawn. So this is happening.
So what does black do? Does he play rook b2? Wait, no, he took on h6. Andreikin did not.
Also good.
Uh-oh.
I don't see. No, Gada's not going to pull this out unless he defends with filigree precision. Wow. Rook d3 is an amazing move, though.
Yeah, rook d3 is amazing. Rook g3 on the way. Oh, another idea Gada has is e5, king e6, where his king is completely safe.
And the knight is unpinned, right? It's mission critical to unpin the knight ASAP.
Yep. Actually, rook c5 is another idea by white.
To stop e5.
And also attack a5 and also try to get in on the 7th rank somehow in the future.
So the big question is, if white plays f takes e4, does black snag the pawn on g3, or is it more important to unpin the knight with e5? Because you could play e5, exploiting the fact that bishop g5 is not possible, but something tells me Gada's going to take on g3.
It seems very practical. I wonder, is there fe rook g3 king f2 or something completely nuts?
Oh, try to get your king to the center, open up an attack on black's king.
Yeah. Again, it's much easier to move their pieces than move my own pieces. But I mean, actually, Danya, I don't like moving my king to h2. There's like rook g4, rook h8.
There's mating concerns. Absolutely. You can even sack the knight on f6 in some lines.
Yep.
Oh my God, there's a crazy line. I'll show this really quickly, then we'll sit back and watch the game. After rook takes g3, king h2, this might be totally unsound. Rook g4, e5, rook h8, rook f6, king e7, and white is going to have to grovel to make a draw. I think rook f3 holds, but by the narrowest of margins.
Yeah, rook f3 is incredible. Otherwise, this is completely lost. I guess there's also king h3.
Takes e4 on the board. Oh God, it did play e5.
Wow, this is the problem with having low time. Yeah, this is the problem with having low time, is that you make split-second decisions, and the other guy has 3 minutes to punish them. So we saw this in that game between MVL and Sam right at the end. You know, low time, made a bad decision, wasn't punished for it. What will Andreikin play here? What is the move?
c7. There's our answer. The idea is, again, to stop king e6, opening up the c6 square for his rook. I think this is getting away from him.
That's it. I think c7, rook c6. Yeah, he missed that. He must have missed that.
That is a devastating move. Rook takes g3, I think, is forced. He's got to try that rook h8 trick. See what I did there?
Yeah, he missed that. No, I sorry. What did you do there?
I said he's got to try the rook h8 trick.
Listen, you know what? My pun spotting elo is 300. I'm so focused on that c7 move. What a beautiful move to pin down the c8 rook. If it ever moves, there's promotion.
Yep. But what does Dimitri do now? It's not that simple. Black threatens knight takes e4. Black threatens rook takes g3.
Rook. No.
Rook
I was going to say rook c5.
I also thought rook c5.
Yeah, it might be rook c5. It's not bishop g7, apparently.
Now I think rook takes g3 and knight takes e4. No, he moves back to d7.
Oh, God, I'm missing it. God, I'm missing it. What's the problem with just king g2 at some point, by the way? Like now?
Restore some order among the anarchy. Well, king g2, rook d2, there's rook f2, I suppose.
Yeah, there's also king d6 by black, by the way. Be careful not to lose your c-pawn.
Yeah, if you lose your c-pawn and black is able to preserve both the e and g pawns, then black will have very good practical drawing chances. So Dimitri has to find some way to, add some Tabasco sauce to this position, make it difficult for black to find a move in 14 seconds.
The other thing about the other thing about having 2.5 minutes versus 13 seconds is the guy with 2.5 minutes is also in time trouble because the other guy is playing moves instantly. So very quickly, you take your time at 3 or 4 moments. Suddenly, you also have no time on the clock.
By the way, we don't have to switch to that game. Fabi is, I think, struggling to make anything of his advantage. The material in that game has equalized, and we're entering a time scramble phase in the Fabi Jospin game as well. So we're in that situation again, Levy, or I don't know what to turn to.
No. I think we stay here. I think Dimitri is going to make a very important decision here in the next 2 minutes. And rather than making production jump back and forth, we will know what's going to happen in the next few moves. King G2 played. King D6 played.
Completely. Trying to go after that C7 pawn is Gata, and this
Bishop
is
F8?
the big moment.
Oh, no, Bishop F8. Bishop F8 doesn't work.
Knight takes F8.
Yeah, Knight takes F8. Knight takes F8.
I think Rook F7, and if Rook takes C7, then Bishop F8. I think that's the key.
Okay. Yeah, auxiliary idea. He's found it.
But King E6, Gata not ready to go gentle into that good knight. But now Rook F2, and you could double on the C file.
Oh, that's so important.
Not going to get to that pawn.
And it's on the board.
Oh, Dimitri's a monster.
Rook D4 played.
I think Gata's breathing his last breaths here.
Yeah, Gata knows. You can kind of tell by the expression there.
I don't know. I mean, Rook D6.
Oh, yeah, there is Rook D6. There, you don't have to go King E7.
Why is it +6? I mean, that's a pretty drastic evaluation given
maybe just what you said. I don't know. Rook FC2, yeah.
Oh, Dimitri's a monster. Takes Bishop H6, evacuating the bishop.
Yep.
No, it's over. It's
bishop
over.
Gets out.
He's thinking. Is there Bishop H8?
That's not nice. Bishop H8 is not. I think he might even be laughing about that.
I think Bishop H8 might be the best move, but then there's like King G8, and I'm not sure why you would really do that.
Yeah.
Just Bishop H6, Knight F6.
Knight F6, indeed. Yeah. What was he calculating for so long? That I completely don't understand.
I think it was Bishop H8. I think what Dimitri's worried about is the knight coming back to E8. Oh, this is a great move. The C7 pawn is the one that White wants to keep alive at all costs.
Yep, Bishop B6 is coming. As well as King F3.
And then White's going to descend on these total sitting ducks on the queen side.
Is there also Bishop G5, Bishop D8? Okay, or that.
E6, A4. Gata still fighting. Dimitri down to 38 seconds, but Rook D8's unstoppable.
Yep, there it is. I think that's it. I don't think there's any way to prevent this now.
G8?
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Gata doing everything to stay in the game.
Rook D7.
Or this.
Okay.
No, that's it. King takes C5. White doesn't even have to hurry. Just King takes C5. You can do it casually.
Yep.
Rook
G4.
Oh my God. Rook D7, Rook H5, King D6, Rook D5 is mate. Gata should try Rook H5.
Yep. Yes, he should. Rook H5 got 2 seconds on the clock. Got to make a move.
No, that's it. It's over. We switch back to the other game because they are in a rook endgame and Jospim is in trouble.
Oh my goodness. It's Fabiano Caruana breaking through.
He's going to win King H5. I thought this was a draw already.
It probably was at some point, but this is not the same 2-on-1 that we saw in the other game. There's extra pawns here, and the white king is getting in on a side of the board that under normal circumstances would have been holdable, but not in this circumstance.
Yep, this is over.
Wow. Both players, both favorites in their matchups, winning game 3 with the white pieces to take 2-1 leads. It doesn't get more convincing than that. These are the championship rounds of these best-of-4 rapids, and Dmitry Andreikin and Fabiano Caruana are delivering the goods as to why they are the number 1 and number 2 seeds of Group D.
Holy smokes, those are some incredible games. You could argue that the Andreikin-Kamsky match was pretty tame in their first 2 games. They've just redeemed themselves. He fought tooth and nail. He put his blood, sweat, and tears into that game. But ultimately, Levy, I think he was off on the wrong foot in the opening. He took a little bit too long. And at that point, Dmitry just kept his foot on the gas pedal the entire time. A very disappointing result for Gata, but he's going to have one more chance with the white pieces to equalize the score and force Armageddon. The Sevian MVL match, I can't wait for Game 4 to begin. But we need to give the players a little breather as they set themselves up for this critical money game of the Chess.com Global Championship. And before we go on break, we are wondering if you have ever wondered how much money the biggest names in chess, like Magnus Carlsen, Vishy,
Daniel Naroditsky,
and I don't know about that guy, Garry Kasparov, more of those have taken home, Levy Rosman. We crunched the numbers and published a full inflation-adjusted analysis for championships, super tournaments, money matches, and more. Type !prize winners in the chat to learn more. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's break time. Game 4 of CGC coming your way on the other side of this short break.
open to anyone, all around the world.
Holy smokes!
The Chess.com Global Championship offers the dream of playing against the best.
Whoa!
And hey, have we mentioned there's also $1 million at stake?
The total pot is $1 million.
No, that is not a typo. The prizes are unbelievably generous.
We began with thousands of players. Now only dozens remain.
Caruana, amazing comeback against Barton Kravtsev, is probably going to go down in the books as the most heartbreaking match that we've seen thus far. The closest one to getting into an upset.
The CGC knockout phase has arrived. There are those who played their way in, and some are here thanks to their well-earned reputations. No matter who you are, things are about to get very, very real.
What? 7 minutes?
Yeah, that's completely nuts.
A trip to the CGC finals and a clean shot at the largest first place prize of the year. My friends, it's the CGC round of 32. Who will take the next step to Toronto?
Welcome back to the Chess.com Global Championship. It is the round of 32. Chopping it up for you today, Grandmaster Daniel Naroditsky. I am Levy Rosman. It has been an action-filled day with 3 matches going all the way down to the wire as we await the start of the final match game. Levy, the chess has spoken for itself. As we look at the community predictions, well, some of them aged pretty well. Most of them aged pretty damn poorly.
Yeah, that's exactly right. This is our first day of the knockouts in the round of 32, and we brought you some super exciting ones. We're bringing you the entirety of Group D, and the question was, will the top seeds Fabiano Caruana, a world championship contender, and Dmitry Andreikin, a World Cup winner, one of the best rapid players in all of Russia, which is a very tough place to rise to #1 status as any sort of chess player in any type of format, will they move on in their respective matchups? And also, we had a matchup, Sam Sevian, a rising young American who is breaking into the 2700 Super GM Club and getting his very own private jet, which is a binding contract with FIDE. That's a joke. I'm joking. Please, nobody actually take me seriously for legal reasons. That is not a serious statement. But he's taking on Maxime Vachier-Lagroff. That guy is, World Blitz champion, okay? A speed demon, monster. And some of those predictions were so absurd. 90-10, 92-7. That doesn't even add up to 99. I don't even know what's going on there, all right? We broke the system. But those matches are very, very close. However, Fabiano Caruana did, in fact, jump out to a 2-1 lead, and you may all be proving us very, very much incorrect for doubting you, but this matchup, this is anything but, and we do see another Grunfeld. Wow, this is crazy.
Ladies and gentlemen, another Grunfeld, and now the onus is on Sam Sevian. Levy, it's a mirror image of the previous game, where Sam Sevian repeated the line that failed him in Game 1. This time, it's MVL who needs to improve, and they're blitzing yet another crazy Grunfeld variation. There's that sack on A1 you talked about.
Yes, there it is. Wow, this is actually kind of incredible. This is exactly, this is all my notes. And there's Bishop B4 here as an idea. Look at this. This has all been played before. I think my notes were Queen C1. If I'm not mistaken. I might have been mistaken. I think so.
Well, it's consistent because MVL has started thinking after Queen E1. I wonder if Queen E1 is a novelty.
It very well might be. I mean, I'm not going to go check my notes right now. I might just check the database for us. But this is such a fascinating thing. This entire match has been surprise in the first game, go back on the break, and yeah, look at this. I mean, he's just playing every move instantly.
What if Black had played Bishop C3 here against the pre-move?
Well, then Sevian would have bought a plane ticket to Lyon and probably brought his brass knuckles. Rook FE8 has been played, and I just realized that I had misspoken on our intro, and I said 92 plus 7 does not even add up to 99. What I meant to say was it didn't add up to 100. This is why I'm a commentator and not a mathematician. So that's my bad. Well, in any case, these two guys have shown us incredible prep.
Listen, I'm the guy who has to get out his calculator, his phone, when I'm trying to leave a 15% tip on like a $50 bill.
So, I see.
My
not even tipping 20%, huh? Do you have that where you are? Do you have the cafe that like serves you a cold brew which took 2 seconds to put together and you have to give a 20, 25 or 45% tip?
No, totally. I have the cafe where they kind of know me, and they just kind of look at me with pleading eyes, you know, when I get that drink, and I'm like, all right, 15%, okay. You know,
it's absurd. I don't know if this is a worldwide phenomenon or just a U.S. phenomenon. You could walk into a deli these days and buy a bottle of water for $1 and have to tip 50%. I mean,
well, that's a thing.
These companies know what they're doing, man. They know how to guilt trip us. But I'm not gonna guilt trip anybody for the amazing chess that we've had on display today. Wow, free pawn.
Sam Sevian trying to guilt trip MVL for sticking with the Grunfeld. That is a free pawn on B7. Now, what are Black's main assets in this position? Obviously, the Grunfeld bishop is sniping along the main diagonal. The other bishop, I think, is what Black wants to hang his hat on. With bishop b5, he's trying to hang his hat on the rook on f1.
Wow.
And Sam Sevian says, go take it, Maxime. I don't care. I'm taking all of your pawns.
This is unbelievable. They are playing so fast. Is this once again prep?
Well, God, I mean, at this point, I have no idea what to say to that. Now, we should show to the audience, because a lot of people might be wondering, wait a second, isn't this a free exchange? Well, first of all, remember that white is already up 2 pawns. And also remember that this thing is called a pawn. It is called a passed pawn, and the red carpet, Levy, is fully unrolled. It's like when the presidential plane lands, and there's that huge carpet. That's exactly what this makes me think of.
That's how you fly back and forth to the Bay Area. I know you're taking that jet, Danya. I know. Chess.
You had to reveal that to the entire 10,000 people who are watching the show, right? You
only 10,000
information to yourself.
Only 10,000. I was on that.
50,000.
Bishop f1 played. So
100,000.
One of two things is going to happen in this position. And I you know what? I think it might even be just one thing. But let me just say one of two things will happen. White will grind down Black in this endgame because of the pass pawn, because of the sheer number of extra pawns. But the other thing that can happen is this is just some sort of forced draw. Like, we might be kind of getting conned here. These guys are just playing every move very fast, but that's because they've studied up to 30 moves, and they know that the position is just a draw. So there might just be a repetition of moves.
You mean we might be getting Paulsoned? You said we might be getting conned, like the con Sicilian?
Yeah, Paulson, con Sicilian, yeah.
Okay, so rook takes a7, no comment. Now, it's interesting that white didn't trade rooks. I think a lot of people, Levy, would be wondering why white didn't trade and play d6. It looks like the pawn's unstoppable, but that's an illusion precisely because Black has this bishop f8 resource. And the moment the bishops are off the board, correct me if I'm wrong, I think that this is the nightmare scenario. White does not want a situation where it's a one minor piece against the rook, even if he's got like 3 extra pawns.
Yes, the less pieces that white has, the much higher chance of Black winning. So you can play against 1 rook versus 0 or 2 rooks versus 1, but you need an army. Okay, you need you need two medium-sized guys to bring down 1 big guy maybe. But the rook on its own, it's gonna start picking up the pawns, throwing them, picking up the knight, beating it up, and it's not gonna look good.
Well, Jen, one thing that I could envision, one way that I can envision this game ending is if white plays the move knight g5, gift me the pawn on h7. And here I could see Black playing rook e7. Never mind. Sorry, I never said anything. Oh, it's because of knight h7. So what I was thinking initially is that after knight f6, king f8, they're going to get a perpetual check. But apparently this is +6.
Knight.
And knight d7, king e8.
Yeah.
So maybe the rook just drops back, and the point is that white has way too many pawns here.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense. What a fascinating game.
Incredible. I mean, we're just treated to top-level preparation. The CGC is awesome. This is great. I mean, these matchups just cater to the best kind of chess, the kind of chess that we want to see and don't always see in classical tournaments, if I may be so bold.
Oh, no, we definitely don't. And you notice even MVL had to kind of go back in his toolbox and be like, all right, what do I have against nonsense Grunfeld sidelines I never face at top level?
Yeah. I have some bad news to break to you whenever you're ready for them.
We have a Berlin.
We have but not just a Berlin, right? That's
an
like
endgame.
The dentist. That's like when the dentist says you have bad news, like you have crowding in your teeth. Like, I don't care about that. Just tell me that I don't have any cavities. Unfortunately, we have some cavities. We have an endgame. We have it. Oops. We have an end. Sorry.
Well, that's definitely not a chessboard.
That is not a chessboard.
Have you broken our chessboard?
I have broken your chessboard. That's it. No more chess, guys. That's it. Our coverage has ended there.
I think our chessboard has been returned. It's been found.
Yep. It has been discovered, and so has the Berlin endgame, with Kamsky having the white pieces in this endgame, which is weird.
Yeah, that is weird. Like, I kind of felt like Gata has played so many Londons that he would just trot it out. What's the worst that can happen? An equal position, and then he tries to,
Well, London system, yeah, some sort of a complicated position. But Gata all of a sudden deciding to take Dmitry up on his challenge. Now, what's interesting is that Gata could have forced... No, what am I saying? He couldn't have forced an Armageddon. He's down a point, Daniel.
Yep. Which is why this is very strange, which is one of the reasons it's kind of strange that he went for the endgame.
What's interesting, Levy, is that when I was playing the U.S. Championship in 2016, I think it was, I was playing a young Sam Sevian, and I was deciding what to play. Sorry, this was an open tournament where I was playing. Sam was still an IM at the time. I decided to play the Berlin, knowing full well that I have no idea how to play the Berlin endgame. But I had checked the database, and Sam wasn't going to the endgame. The moment I started playing knight f6, he starts thinking. And that's when I realized that if he goes into the endgame, I'm literally going to lose in 7 moves. I don't know a single idea in this endgame. I was literally... I don't want to tell you what I was doing, down below. I mean, I was just terrified.
Did he play the endgame?
He ended up... Nope, he played d3. And it was the greatest relief of all time. It's like that feeling when you blunder something, and then your opponent doesn't punish it. That, like, visceral relief. So maybe Gata's operating by a similar token. Maybe he's thinking that Dmitry didn't expect him to take him up on the offer to get into the endgame. Maybe Dmitry's rusty on the ideas.
Yeah, maybe. There was a line very recently played by MVL twice. I think his opponents were Fabiano and Wesley So. In the Rapid and Blitz in St. Louis. And this is the way it went both times. I don't remember the move here, though, because you don't remember anything in these endgames. But basically, Black played knight h4 at some point, and then proceeded to trade, and then, I absolutely do not understand. It might have been bishop f4, knight h4, takes, knight e2, g5, something like that.
Wow. Which game was that again?
MVL was white, Fabiano, and both Wesley So. Like, they weren't playing at the same time, but it was...
Which of the 700 Berlin endgame games are you talking about?
Oh, there really are so many. But MVL does not shy away from Berlin. I mean, he doesn't... he really doesn't mind, shockingly.
Now, in our Chesscom Caruana game, we actually have... At first, I was going to say we have a rookie 1 Berlin, but then I realized that's actually a Petrov. So take me away from the Berlin game. Take me to the Caruana game. I hear you saying, well, you might want to reconsider after you see the position on the board, Levy.
Wow, that's so shocking. Like,
but this was a Berlin.
Yeah, it was a Berlin.
Sorry. It was a rookie 1 Berlin.
Yeah, it's this Rio line. It's called Rio something.
De Janeiro.
Yeah. I suppose that's what it's named after, yeah. But to have a name, it's such a popular, amazing city that to get such a name is kind of upsetting. But, okay, white is like a touch better, microscopically, advantageous position. Just very strange that these guys are playing these positions when they have to win. What can I say?
Listen, if Jose wins this, more power to him, but I really dislike this choice. I mean, this is the last thing you want against Fabiano Caruana. Solid, symmetrical structure. Super GMs just don't tend to lose these kinds of positions, especially when a draw wins them a match.
Which is one of the reasons. Earlier I said that if they want to make a draw against you at the highest level, then you won't be able to beat them. But you also probably should not play into the opening with the largest drawing reputation probably in chess history. Like, this is what I just don't get it. I'm not in their position, but I just don't get it.
The problem is that you can think about, like, what do I need to do to win this game? If you have an unbalanced position, what you need is a tactical mistake from your opponent, and then poof, that's basically all you need. Here, in order to win this with white, you're going to have to, like, beat Caruana 7 different times. You're going to have to create a weakness. You're going to have to squeeze that weakness out, and I just can't see that happening. I can't see a reality where Fabi makes enough inaccuracies and mistakes to to give Jospin serious winning chances. Of course, now that I've said that, I probably will jinx him, and my comment will age terribly.
Yeah, we'll sit here for Armageddon and so on and so forth.
Look like a fool.
But I don't see how Fabiano has a completely reasonable position. Okay, Jospin can apply some pressure, certainly.
Well, okay, pressure, but winning this position is incredibly difficult.
Yeah,
By the way,
well, b4, right? That's the only way.
The only way is, b4, c5, maybe get the bishop to c4 somehow. There is going to be a battle at some point on the e file. I think both players are procrastinating. Okay, Fabi has stopped procrastinating. There he goes.
Yep, there it is.
Dude, this is dead equal. Black is not worse here.
Yeah, I don't know.
Not even a smidge. Not even a smidge.
I don't know why there was no 4d3. Maybe it's just not part of Jospin's repertoire. That's very reasonable. But who cares?
You've got to be able to improvise in a must-win situation. The top priority is to keep pieces on the board. Don't let everything get exchanged as part of the theory.
Yep. I'm not sure what the logic there was, if I'm being honest, but what to do? Yeah.
How's the meantime?
Kamsky, something.
Well, the MVL Sevian game is going to end in a draw imminently. We can maybe pop in and take a look at that one.
Okay. So I said it was a 50-50 shot, but I still think it's like 60-40 going into Armageddon. The really interesting thing for me there, okay, yeah, this is just a draw. I mean, if anybody wins, white wins. White's going to have a king, knight, and 2 pawns, right? Potentially. But that is a winnable endgame at many levels. Not at this level, but at many levels. It's very possible to win.
Totally it is. It totally is. No, but black is essentially, okay, I mean, I think Sevian can play f4 if he wants to, but I think he might not even do that. He might just shuffle back and forth and agree to the draw.
Yep.
MVL with 12:43 on his clock.
Yeah, just absolute 34. Boss. Was like, all right, I lost in the Grunfeld. This dude is never going to beat me in the Grunfeld again. Here's the thing. If MVL... So we have a fascinating Armageddon format where the players do not automatically get white or black depending on seeding. They actually bid. I think, correct me if you think I'm wrong, I think Sam Sevian needs white in Armageddon. If Sam is black and has 15-10 to start, he's dead. I mean, I don't think he can hold a draw 5 minutes down, no bonus time. I just don't think it's possible against a guy like MVL. I don't think it plays to his strength. I think MVL needs white in the Armageddon, but you might disagree.
I think that, no, I agree in principle. I think if you want to maximize your chances of success, for Sevian, he should take white. He should bid a high number. I agree completely. Now, I don't think that, it's a done deal if he gets black, but in general, I agree. Given MVL style, I would be very surprised if MVL doesn't essentially insist on having white. If Sevian doesn't insist on having white. So both players could end up bidding something really high.
Yeah, they both could. I was just about to ask you, what does Sam Sevian bet, in your opinion? What does he put? Because he has to potentially play black with a huge time deficit. So I think he'll bet 11 or 12.
He's going to bet 13 minutes or so. Yeah, I think he's going to have a high bid, and I think MVL is going to bid 14 or 14.30.
So you think MVL doesn't care?
I think MVL wants white.
Oh, you think MVL wants white? Sorry.
I think MVL wants white, yeah. But then again, maybe they're thinking completely differently. Maybe, I don't know what MVL has chosen historically. One interesting avenue would be to have statistical information on what bids they've chosen historically. Wow. Something that we will build up as the CGC progresses. So we'll see.
A history of players Armageddons in various online formats. Damn! Look at us! Look at us!
Chess is flourishing. We are at the vanguard of innovation in chess.
Yeah, that's that would be amazing. We don't have any data reporting bureaus for chess just yet. We've never really had something for that. That's definitely something that we need. That's fascinating.
Again, Levy?
Have I played it?
Yeah.
No.
Sorry to cut you off. I'll let you.
No. I have never played in any substantial enough event. I almost did, but my match with Rosen went to tie breaks the one time that we played.
Uh-huh.
But What I was going to say is it kind of also becomes a poker game here because, or like rock, paper, scissors, you know? You don't really know what your opponent is going to do, and you also don't know what you're going to do. It's like a split-second decision. So does MVL think Sevian will bet low? Like, does MVL think Sam will bet 11? So MVL will bet accordingly. Or will MVL just say 14-30? I don't care if I'm white or black. You know what I mean? Like, is he just going to...
Well, here's the thing. I think the way that the process works, the player first asks himself, do I want to be white or black? Right? And then I think it's less about what the opponent is going to bid, because predicting, it's like in Final Jeopardy, right? You don't think, oh, is he going to bet his entire sum or is he going to bet $1? I think it's more about, like, what do you want? And then you bet accordingly. Because trying to predict is, I think, way too difficult.
Understood. But you think they both want white?
I think they both want white. Yeah, I'm gonna predict that they both bid a high amount.
Game is over.
See, that's fascinating. It's such a cool little avenue, right? Armageddon bids, and I just love the fact that we get to talk about that because it just adds so much intrigue. But speaking of intrigue, that game is over. Let's switch to the Gata game, but we can continue talking about this.
Yeah, we can. It definitely makes for interesting conversation. It's one of the cool formats of the CGT. I think first one ever. We've had various Armageddon formats, but Sam Sevian is making the 90-10 look completely idiotic. No disrespect whatsoever, but I mean, he's just like, you guys really thought I was a 10% lock? Watch me get this white in Armageddon and potentially put the match away. Kamsky's going to have to come up with something, because if the plan there was to get Dmitry Andreikin into a Berlin endgame deliberately and then win on demand, I'm not super convinced right now, down 2.5 minutes.
No, neither am I. I mean, Dmitry has played all of the typical Berlin moves. He's got the pawn on b6, the bishop on d7, and, you know, white basically has to choose on which side of the board he wants to, you know, carry out the typical ideas. And there are several. You know, you can try to play g4, but if you play g4 here, Levy, I'm not impressed with this. I mean, hg, knight h4, you're really telling me this is not how Rome was built.
No, to be honest with you, I have no idea how Rome was built. But I will tell you that, yeah. But this position is certainly not going to be built the right way. I mean, the Berlin is just, it's like, think about it. It was an opening popularized by taking down the freaking GOAT. Okay?
Gary.
The fact that anybody tries to sit in white shoes and take it down is crazy. Okay? It shows you the level of character that you have to go, man, the GOAT lost with this, but, you know, to hell with that. I'm going to show some ideas 20 years later. Think about that. This opening defeated the GOAT. We live in a world where Garry Kasparov gave up on this opening 2 games in and was world champ for 30 years. Okay? So, folks, I don't know. I don't think this is it. I'm doubting this decision from Gata.
Yeah, I mean, the idea to get a kind of a long-winded positional game is fine, but I honestly think I'm going to be a Monday morning quarterback here. Gata should have played a London. I think he should have played the opening he's most familiar with. Yeah, Dmitry probably prepared against it, but Gata has been successfully destroying GMs in the London for 25 years.
Yeah, he was playing the London before it was even called the London, probably. When I was a kid, my dad was like, yeah, you know, I like to play d4, bishop f4. I was like, oh, cool. Like, nobody called it the London back then. Then one day somebody showed up. Oh, it's actually the London. Oh, all right. You know, Gata's
Rosen showed up.
Yeah, literally. Eric Rosen showed up. Suddenly it's the London. No, I mean, on a serious note, I said that in the early stage of this game. It was shocking to me to see this. And, well, we will see. We will see.
Yeah, I mean, still plenty of life left in this position.
Somebody was asking, I saw a message written in the chat, whether the players are bidding time or money. They are, in fact, bidding their prize money. That they have to give away 50% of their earnings per 1 second. You know, it keeps going incrementally. Mm-hmm. But no, they blind bid time that they would like to start with the black pieces in a 15-minute game with no bonus time at all. So that's the
no increment system, which means flagging is very much on the table. Speaking of flagging, Jospim's only chance in his position might be to put pressure on Fabiano Caruana's clock. Let's dip into that game. We only have 2 games remaining. If you're just joining us, the MVL Sam Sevian match has ended in a 2-2 tie. They will be playing an Armageddon after the conclusion of the other 2 games. And Fabiano Caruana holds a 1-point lead against Jose. So a draw in this game is going to win him the match. And unfortunately for Jospim Levy, I don't think much has changed in the way of White's winning chances.
We just received word that Sam bet 12.20 and MVL bid 11. So 11 minutes will be the starting time for Maxime Vacher-Lagrave with the black pieces, and Sam will have a 4-minute lead and the white pieces.
So we weren't too wrong. I mean, they did bid pretty high. I overestimated their bids a little bit, but yeah, 11 is like borderline.
Yeah, exactly. But 11 means that MVL wanted black, I think. He kind of, he thought black was a reasonable, especially how effortlessly he just drew. He thought anything lower than that was going to be too risky, potentially, pending an opening surprise. Because that's another thing we have to realize. He could, we might get a Sicilian. Like, Sam could have had a game plan. You know, Sam could have had a game plan. 2-2, I'm busting, I'm playing an anti-Sicilian, and if I'm up 5 minutes in an Armageddon, I got, of all the top GMs, I'm going to have some winning chances against MVL. He's a great defender, but 5 minutes down, no bonus time, everyone's human. He could definitely make a mistake.
Oh, totally. I'm actually going to predict, I'm going to predict something offbeat by Sam, because what you want, no increment, as you're saying, you want to take your opponent out of theory as quickly as possible, so their clock starts ticking. The worst thing to do would be to play a 25 or 30 move Grunfeld, hoping that some novelty is going to rattle the opponent. You want something where there is no risk of the game just fizzling out immediately. That's why, like a rookie one Berlin would be a terrible idea in an Armageddon, because it gives the opponent a chance to play a lot of theoretical moves quickly and get a well-defined position. So maybe one C4, maybe an offbeat Sicilian. I'm super excited to see what Sam has in store for this Armageddon.
I think he's going to play C4 probably, or he's going to play some ridiculous Sicilian sideline. But he's a principled guy. He could play some main line, although I don't think that's the right... It's like you said. I think you need to play enough of a sideline that MVL either has to think or blitz things that are intuitive but not necessarily correct.
Yeah.
Not necessarily correct. And 15-11 is a sizable time advantage, for sure.
No, it is. 4 minutes. I mean, we're going to expect MVL to play really fast, but the no increment adds a pretty major wrinkle. It means that, getting an equal endgame when the opponent has 1 minute on their clock is actually a totally viable strategy. So we'll see. In the meantime, Levy, not much to say about this game, I think. We haven't been discussing it much, but I really have nothing to say. I think this game is basically over. I mean, Fabius, this is kindergarten for him.
Yeah, this is a position where if Fabiano lost, I would be more impressed with his loss than with Jospim's ability to win the game. I'm sorry, but of course there are some very small chances if the B7 pawn somehow falls. Objectively, the pawn structure favorite the benefits the player playing white because he has a lot of pawns on dark squares. Black has this bad B7 pawn, and in a perfect world, that bishop teleports to C8, somehow avoiding detection and takes everything. But unfortunately, it's not a perfect world for Jose Martinez.
Humor me for a second. Let's say Black plays D5, which would be my intuitive choice for Black. Could White try something like F4? Let's say Black makes a waiting move, Queen E5. My question is, are these bishop endgames always a dead draw? And now that I look at this, I think the answer is yes. Black could just play G5, and you will never ever be able to make it past F4, nor will bishop takes A6 ever work. I thought for a brief moment, maybe in some version, what are you even talking about? This bishop is never going to leave this diagonal.
Yeah.
Fabi has taken on C5, though.
It might have worked if the B4 pawn was on B6. That, of course, is always a possibility, but
yes.
That's not... Yeah.
That's a great point. BC is also fine. This is the same thing.
Yeah, Fabi took. He has more than enough time. It's one of these positions, it's Jose Martinez versus Fabiano Caruana, right? If it was Magnus Carlsen with the white pieces, we would be sitting here like, oh.
It'd be singing a different tune entirely.
Whoa, bishop G6.
Oh, Fabi missed that for sure. Now, by miracle, the A5 pawn happens to also be hanging. But wait a second. This is getting a little bit interesting now.
Was that his idea?
I don't think so. I mean, why would you allow that?
Okay. Yeah, judging by the very slight movement of Fabiano Caruana's mouth,
incremental.
I could tell that he's sort of exhaling. They don't know it's equal. Okay. I think everything just shifted psychologically. I think Jospin goes, "Holy crap! I thought I was just drawing." He still might be.
No, it is.
But Caruana's like, "What am I doing? How did I hang G6?"
No, you know what the crazy thing is? If he would have played D5 in this position, it's kind of a miracle that he's decided to play DC, after which the A5 pawn is weak. Now, I understand that's the reason why he did it. But after queen takes A5, I think on second thought, although the position seems now to be quite unbalanced, the problem is that the queen is getting into A2. This pawn on H4 levy is a major asset because it is keeping the white king caged in on the first two ranks, and that might give black enough counterplay for a pretty swift draw.
Yeah. You know, on second glance, I'm wondering. Well, not second glance. I've been staring at the position for about 2 minutes now. I really wonder why Fabi even made that facial expression. Maybe he was breathing and not exhaling that he was a little bit unhappy with the situation. But it still feels unreasonable to want to allow this. But yeah, queen A2.
No, totally. I mean, if Fabi could do this over again, I think he obviously wouldn't allow it. But the other issue is that queen H7 it's an annoying idea because it could be followed up with queen H8 and queen takes H4 check. All of a sudden, Fabi has to solve problems that he probably never thought he would have to solve. But that's one of his great strengths. I mean, Fabi is such an objective player. He doesn't really just tilt out of nowhere. And I think A5 is excellent. He sacks the H-pawn, and he actually could end up winning the game if Chesscom overpresses.
But how is he sacking the H-pawn? Because at the end, don't you have bishop B3?
Yeah, I mean, so let's broadcast the line. And then I want to get to the Gata game because I think we've got some interesting developments there as well. What you're saying, Levy, is that the king escapes to D7, and no matter how the queen defends the bishop, yeah, you've got bishop B3. Agreed completely.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
At best, it's a perpetual for white. At best.
Yep. Okay, let's go check on Gata.
Okay,
we were
by Jose. Yeah,
we were a bit unhappy with his handling of the position there, but
dude, you will not believe this. You will not believe this.
Oh my gosh,
this is the same game.
How did this happen?
Winning.
What is the bishop on C7 doing?
What is the pawn on D6? What are these kingside pawns?
Why was that a bad move, by the way? Okay, no, Stockfish restabilized. Oh, maybe is there like?
Oh my god.
No, there is no rook G5.
Right now, what I'm most curious about is, was something blundered by Dmitry? What happened to his position?
Yeah.
Shall we rewind a little bit really, really quickly?
Yeah. What has transpired?
This was normal. Now, I think the problem started with the move C5 because it weakens the D5 square. Rook G8, Bishop G5, all of a sudden, White's getting the knight into F4. Gotta just like forced Dmitry to play F6. That's another weakness. And then he got the knight to D5. He just outplayed him. Yeah, Bishop D8 is a frustration move.
Oh, that's a disaster waiting to happen. And Gata immediately recognizes the knights are better than the bishops. Look at him, just confident exchanges.
Massage. It's over.
Yeah, I think Dmitry doesn't want to get massaged anymore by Gata. I think he's quite done with the situation. H4, knight F4, rook D1.
Ooh, H4 apparently was not the move.
I mean, what can we do, right? Like, what can we do? We're just human beings.
Okay, I think the reason Stockfish is so unhappy is because the bishop can get to E5. Of course, I just jinxed him.
Yeah,
the bishop gets to E5, the rook gets to H8 levy, and we're starting to talk about a fortress here.
Oh my goodness, yeah, that's crazy. Gata had to play rook D1 first. There actually was a difference in the way you handle this. That's unbelievable. Bishop E5 is apparently a near draw for black.
Oh, rook D1 first. So you force the bishop to get to... Oh, you just get the rook to D5.
Yeah, that too. I think Gata just did what we did. He played the way we spoke about the position. We said a bunch of moves out loud, and there was no difference in the order. There was a massive difference in the order.
But even, like, I think the right approach was actually not to go for the H5 pawn, which is what our intuition is saying. Oh, you should go H4, knight F4. It was to win the F5 pawn, and Gata just not sensing the urgency. But now he's winning again. God, Dmitry has kind of lost his mind here. King G6 apparently was a mistake, but defending this position against somebody like Gata Kamsky is virtually impossible in the long run.
Right, because you don't even fully expect there to be a fortress. I think like Andreikin almost surrendered to the fact that he was most likely going to go down over time. And then just for that split second, you don't know that the guy messed it up. This is crazy. Winning on demand in an opening that we thought that he really shouldn't have been playing. He makes us eat our words, and we see why he was 41%.
I mean, I think this is probably what Jospin should have done instead of going for rookie 1. But Gata, once again, shows why he's a former world championship challenger, one of the greatest endgame players of all time. And Levy, people don't talk about him that way, right? You think, Gata Kamsky, really? Am I exaggerating? No. Look at some of his games. Look at some of the equal endgames that he has squeezed to a win against some of the greatest players in the world. This is what Dmitry Andreikin is supposed to do, not what's supposed to be done against him.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It's almost a little bit unfair that something like 97, 98% of the global chess audience might know Gata Kamsky as a strong player who frequently plays in online events and streams. Like that is, it's crazy that to some people, that is what the current state of affairs or his legacy might potentially be just in the current eye if you don't do a deep dive on his games. This dude, like Daniel just said, was just a savage. Like you looked around when he was in your tournament bracket or field in the 90s, like the guy was in the top. He was going up head to head against some of the best players of the past generation, his generation, future generation. Man is nearly 50 years old, right?
Yeah.
So just amazing to see.
But let's not pretend that this game is totally over. I mean, Dmitry is going to fight to the last drop of blood. White is not going to win this game on the strength of the knight alone. He's going to have to make concrete progress either down the e-file, either you're going to have to get this bishop off of e5, or you're going to have to find a way to break through on the queen side. Black's, position's not going to lose itself, right? Black is not going to give up any further pawns.
Knight d5, king g2, f4, maybe.
Yeah, I think the e-file is the avenue of paradise for White.
That was a very good, that was a very good hype message, but I was like...
But king f7 and f4, you go bishop f6. And somehow Black is holding all of the infiltration squares.
Then I play king f3 and it's Zugzwang. Rook b7, knight f6, king f6, rook e8, maybe. I don't know.
Ooh. Maybe. That's actually a super cool idea. I guess I have bishop d8, though, as a way to hold the fort.
I see.
You know what I think White can try? Maybe like rook b1 and b4 at some point.
Yeah, Gata's not rushing with f4. That's a last resort for sure.
And you can start with f3. So you can do the classic endgame thing where you push up on one square just because you can push it too.
Yeah, you could wait for Black to play something like rook b7 and maybe even go g4. So Black needs to spend an extra tempo. Okay, he plays g4 anyway. He doesn't care where the rook is.
Yeah, Gata just choosing an idea and staying the course. And Dimitri's, I think, the biggest problem for Dmitry is this b6 pawn, right? That is the real reason why he's lost. The rook will never be able to leave b8 for an extended period of time. Although he's going to try. I think he's going to try. He's going to take and go rook g8, try to muddy the waters, but barring a miracle, Gata should drive this all the way home.
Yeah, g4 is a very clean move. What a comeback. What a comeback. Okay, I ask you once again the question of who wants White in the Armageddon?
Levy, for some reason, I'm getting a weird premonition that this game is just like, we're going to see adventures in this game. I don't know why I think that. I just get that feeling. I just get that feeling. No disrespect to Gata. I mean, the guy's a legend for even getting this position. Make no mistake. But I don't know why I get this sense. In terms of who I would choose to be White, very hard to say. I think for Gata, the top priority is having time on his clock.
I think so too. But I'm not sure. And obviously, we're going to start the Armageddons all at the same time, I imagine, right? So I think we will wait. I don't think we're going to just get Sam and MVL in here to play a sneaky Armageddon game. Fabiano is effortlessly holding, I would imagine.
Yeah, just a brief glance at that game. We don't even have to... Wait a minute. It's okay. He just won a bishop. It's over. Yeah. That's it. We don't even have to. We
Okay.
don't even have to jump
Well-
to that game. Fabi is going to win the match.
Congratulations to Fabiano, indeed showing that 92%. There was maybe a question of it not being so lopsided in the first two games, but a very convincing third round, followed by a fourth. I think he's had one of the fastest turnaround times, by the way, from round of 64 to round of 32. Felt like just yesterday he was playing. And now he's in the... now he wins. He's in the round of 16.
He's in good form in the CGC. He's demonstrating some solid play. He's seeing tactics. His time management is good. You know, Fabiano Caruana is going to be a force to be reckoned with the rest of the way. Okay, so Dimitri, really the final hurdle that Gata has to cross is the problem of his king. Right now, rook h8 is threatened. And Levy, the way that this goes wrong for white is if you lose the h-pawn and you're like not able somehow to push the a-pawn fast enough.
Yes. In this case, I think the idea... Yeah, he's just...
Move.
Yeah, he's just giving up g4, h4, and king g3.
G5.
Well, he's claiming his a-pawn will decide the game. That's what he's like.
He's claiming, but rook d4, and black can try to start creating some shenanigans against the b3 pawn.
Yeah, guys like Andreikin are just savages with no time on the clock in a dead lost position. They will make you question everything you thought you knew about chess. Yeah, rook h7, rook b7.
They never die. It's like it's absolutely uncanny. Hikaru, Dimitri, they're in the same category of players who just, I don't know, pull resources out of literal thin air with zero time on their clock, as you're saying. But
yes.
I think here he might be taking his last breaths.
King g4? I was thinking king g4, rook e1
King
maybe.
e5. Can he try to make his way to like c2?
That was why I wanted king g4, rook e1, but okay, apparently not. Apparently you can't play like this.
King d4, last chance.
Is there just knight c7 stuff?
But then I take it and go king c3, and there's some uncertainty that you could lose the b pawn.
Wait, how? Knight c7? Oh, you mean king c... Wait, what? What do you mean? Take a7?
No, I take it a7, rook takes a7, and king c3.
Rook b7?
And then I try to get my bishop around to b4, but I think white is in time to get to d5.
Yeah, once the white... Yeah, that's it. Yeah. So that's it. Rook b7, white king gets to d5, d5, rook d7. What a comeback from Gata Kamsky.
Yeah,
what a
bishop
comeback.
d8, king f4. He's actually tempo for tempo. Like, he literally needs all of the tempi that he can get.
Yep. And even then, you can't take on d6 right away.
Or rook
that
d7
would be...
or rook b6.
Yeah, rook d6, and yeah, there you go.
Okay,
this is winning now. You play rook c6.
Amazing technique by Gata.
Yeah, amazing technique up on the clock, and this is going to be our second Armageddon of the day. We're gonna have two Armageddons.
Woo! Yeah, Dimitri did everything he could. He got it. I mean, he made Gata sweat there. But two Armageddons, what a treat.
What a treat indeed. One of the matchups you guys called as a 60-40 split virtually, and that matchup just finishing in front of our eyes as Gata Kamsky takes down Dmitry Andreikin in the fourth and final round of Rapid. The next thing that we have there is we will get some bidding for the Armageddon format. The players will submit a time on the clock that they wish to start with the black pieces and what we call draw odds. We also have the Armageddon between Sam Sevian and Maxime Vacher-Lagrave coming up for you. In that one, it is going to be Sevian starting with the white pieces, MVL playing black with 11 minutes. And we've been here for a while. We will be right back with a very short break and our last two games of the day. Don't go anywhere.
Your subscription makes shows like this possible, which is why our Twitch subscribers will never see ads on chess.com. Connect your chess.com account and Twitch account at go.chess.com/connectaccounts, and bang, boom, voila, you're done. 100% ad-free bliss forevermore. Whether you're following our events on site or on stream, type the command connect in the chat, and thank you for helping bring these shows to life.
It is Armageddon time here at the 2022 Chess.com Global Championship, and we have not one but two Armageddons to cover alongside I am Levy Rosman. Levy, we should go over the Armageddon format in case somebody's just joining us or in case you've never seen an Armageddon before. You are in for an absolute treat, aren't you?
Yeah, this is one of the rare formats in any type of sport where it's one game and that's it. It does happen in most sports. There is no chance for a high-stakes matchup to end in a draw. Chess is not like that. So generally what an Armageddon is the player with the white pieces has more time than the player with the black pieces, but the player with the black pieces can end the game in a draw and actually win. That is their trade-off for getting that result secured as part of their victory package. But in this year's Chess.com Global Championship, and really the first one, it's not this year's, there will be more to come though, knock on wood, we introduced the system of bidding, and players get to offer a wager. I am willing to play with the black pieces with this many minutes. Obviously, you get one wager. You do not know what your opponent is going to submit. Now, that's the way it works. So the player with white will get 15 minutes. The player with black will be subjected to the amount of time that they bid. We have seen everything from 14 minutes and change to 7 minutes wagered by Vichy Anand. Yes, which was crazy. And this is going to be our first Armageddon of the day. Danya, I feel like you can run people up to speed to how we got here.
Well, it's obviously the match score is 2-2. MVL started off with a bang, destroying Sam Sevian's open Rui. But in game two, Sevian put together and carried out some incredible Grunfeld preparation, equalizing the match. And the final two games were relatively balanced. It's been really a balanced matchup so far. The quality of the play has been very high. The bids for Armageddon were MVL 11 minutes and Samsevian bid 12 minutes and 20 seconds, which means, again, the higher bid gets the white pieces with 15 minutes, and MVL correspondingly will get black with 11 minutes on his clock. Now, do not forget there is no increment. There's no increment in the Armageddon. Even though there's a 2-second increment in the main tournament, there's no increment in the Armageddon. So, Levy, flagging, not only on the table, not only a possibility,
recommended,
but absolutely encouraged, recommended de rigueur. It is a must. And here we go.
Yes.
Seatbelts fastened. We'll have the Kamsky game for you in about 3 minutes. But for now, 1c4. We called it.
Yep. We called it. Yep, we called it. Yep. I don't want to say, I mean, okay, I called it. There's e5. So completely different than any Grunfeld MVL can play. He still has a chance. He can still play, okay, and he plays c6. No longer a Grunfeld. All right, this is a perfect match strategy by Samsevian on display. He is going to take MVL into the ultra-theoretical waters of 2c6 in this English. This is not something that MVL has played his entire life. This is all cutting-edge stuff. Sam is going to get a position. That is the most important thing that he needs when he starts the game up 4 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, this is a reverse Alapin, basically, and they're following the main line. Queen takes d5 is very standard. It leads to a very kind of unorthodox structure where black will try to develop in such a way as to keep the e4 pawn well protected, right? The worst case scenario, the nightmare scenario, is that you end up losing that pawn. If I remember correctly, the move here is, I think it's knight c2. I think e3 is also a move. I don't know these positions too well, full disclosure. So I'm kind of on my own here, and maybe Samsevian is on his own as well. He's been taking a minute.
I can take it out of your hands. I did study this line a lot. I studied this line a lot in hopes of trying to create various imbalances. Also on the second move, I've looked at d4 for white, which is another option. There's a lot of options, very fluid position. The queen will now go to e5, and then white is going to try to play d3 or d4 at some point, or delay it completely. So white might put the c2 knight on e3. White might put the c2 knight on e1, a la Anish Giri versus Praggnanandha. He did that. So, yeah, there's a lot of crazy lines. Here's the problem. The problem for white is that you play with a dramatic lack of space. And I once played a game in this line with white. The whole game I thought I was pressing. I was playing a gentleman who has a very similar last name to me, actually, Roussel Rusman, grandmaster from Canada.
Oh, Thomas Roussel Rusman, yep.
Yeah, and
probably
we played
Charlotte.
Yes, exactly, in Charlotte. And we played a game, and it was complex. I thought I was pressing the whole game. So did he. We both sit down. Stockfish is like minus 0.6. Black was better the whole game. There it is. Knight e3, by the way. So delaying the move d3. So the engine doesn't like these positions for white, but if you give it some time to think, it doesn't think the lack of space is so bad.
Sure.
But, you know, it looks weird. Let's put it this way.
Well, I'd be concerned, like playing black, I'd be very concerned about losing the c4 pawn. I'm like basically paranoid about that. So what you're pointing out, if I understand correctly, is that, yeah, you don't want to rush to play d3. You actually want to use the e4 pawn as an asset. It's both a weakness and a strength. So from the limited experience I have in this position, I've seen black put the knight on e6 quite often. I suppose the idea might be to bring the knight to c5 or to punish queen c2 potentially with knight b4. But black has to focus all of his efforts on making sure that this pawn remains well protected. And there's that knight a6 move.
Yes, knight a6 is exactly right. It's also, you have no place to put your light squared bishop for now. So you keep the options open, you keep them flexible. B4 is a very common idea by white. Rook b1, b4, as all Englishes always face this kind of dilemma. Here's the thing. Samsevian cannot sit here and try to solve the game of chess. He wagered a time where he is going to get 4 extra minutes. If he gets into an equal game of time, like 7-7, that's not the advantage he set out to have. He has a gigantic advantage right now against the guy who's really fast. I would play maybe short castle here by white.
Castles. Well, queen c2 is the critical move. I was actually struggling to figure out what exactly black intends in response to it. Now it occurs to me that perhaps knight c5, inducing b4, and then dropping the knight back to e6 is the prescription here, because if you take on e4, you drop your rook, and the knight can also swing over to d4. So a very, very double-edged position indeed. And Levy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Sevian has to keep the position as open-ended as possible. You want the least amount of, like, definition in the position? You want the center to stay closed? You want everything to be on the table to get MVL to think?
Yeah, he plays b4. We've gotten word that the second Armageddon game has begun. We obviously try to stagger them. That game, the wager was 12 minutes, so it's going to be 15-12, and Kamsky bet 14 minutes. Kamsky did not want the black pieces. He wants to play white, and he wants to have more time on the clock.
And I think that's what we kind of expected. I think that makes perfect sense, given that he just won Game 4 with the white pieces to tie the match and force Armageddon. And here they have an opening levy that is really as old as the hills.
It's as old as the hills. I don't think Maxime is playing 2 games at the same time. I don't know what's happening there,
Gata.
Yeah, he's playing. I don't think MVL is playing Gata and going back and playing against Sam Sevian. That is most certainly not Dmitry Andreikin. Okay, so let's go back to the overlay that has the 2 players correct, I guess, for now, and then we can switch back. I don't want to confuse the audience just yet, or we can stay
Black
here.
Black is Dmitry Andreikin.
Yes.
Well, we can stay here for now. Gata seems to be very comfortable in general in closed center positions. He likes positions that feature sort of heavy maneuvering game, but Black's plans are basically very well known in these types of positions. Like, you want to play on the queen side if you're Black.
Yep.
And you want to not get mated.
Yes, this is actually a fantastic strategy from a must-win standpoint. Someone loses this position. Absolutely, absolutely no draws. Okay, of course there can be draws, but the point that I'm trying to make is everybody wins. The spectators win, a player wins, but it's a position where, believe it or not, Black's queenside initiative is very powerful and can very quickly, completely reverse the game in Black's favor.
Yeah, I mean, A4, B3, A4, A3. There's also C4 in a lot of positions, although you don't want to be too hasty because then it could have the opposite effect. It could allow White to lock up the center with D4. Now, for Gata, again, the plan is very obvious. You want to checkmate Black on the king side, but that's so much easier said than done, especially because the dark-scored bishops are now gone from the board. So his last move, knight G5, I think Gata is trying to provoke H6. He wants to drop the knight back to H3 and then perhaps redirect it to H5. It's a pretty cumbersome plan, though, Levy. Stuff takes a long time in these types of positions, and that could come back to bite him.
Yes.
Okay, it's on the board.
Yep, it can. And it's tough to maneuver all of your pieces over there the right way. And then also deliver a powerful checkmating idea.
Yeah, I'm starting to get worried here on Gata's behalf. What if Black plays knight C6 to hit the E5 pawn? If you play queen E2, you're always running into knight D4 in these types of positions, and things can get very serious, as you're saying, very quickly on the queen side.
Yep. Let's leave these 2 guys to figure it out. I think they're going to slow down a bit. Maybe we go check in on our other Armageddon game.
Absolutely.
See what's going on. I'm only interested in one thing. I don't care about the position in the game between Sevian and MVL. I care about the clock. Does Sam Sevian have a time advantage? Barely.
He still does, but it's dwindling.
Yes,
but I think in contrast, he's got an increasing advantage on the board.
He didn't go for the D pawn. I was going to mention this to you, but then we were told that the other Armageddon game started. There's another layer of plans in that position. If you just go back a few moves, there's the F pawn break. So there's the opportunity to play F3. So it just incredibly rich position, like very modern style game, super strange, open F file, and very, very fluid. And Black's 3-on-2 on the queen side is really not significant. And the queen is in the way of all the other pieces. Everyone's like, yo, queen, like, come on, like, get out of here. I got to get the light square bishop out. Got to get my rook out. But yeah, the pressure here for MVL is starting to build, and we see him in the tank for a minute.
This is phenomenal match strategy by Sam Sevian. He gets exactly the kind of position you want in an Armageddon. He's just flat out better. I think you said it. Black's pieces are stumbling over each other. The light squared bishop has no prospect. That white knight on E3 can jump into F5 on demand, and the pressure down the F file could become essentially unbearable if White finds a way of putting more pressure on the F6 knight. So my question would be, what is Sam Sevian's deck? Like, let's say Black plays bishop D7 here. How is White going to accumulate the initiative? And Vivabar hated bishop D7.
I don't know, G4.
It's probably because of knight F5 or G4.
Yeah, I don't know if it's G4, but I really want to play that move.
But try this on for size. Knight F5. Let's say Black just
D4, E4.
D4, either E4 or even knight takes G7.
Oh my God!
The cards as well. This would just end the game.
Yep.
This is how quickly Black's position can collapse. Like 3 moves.
I got news for you. This might be the longest time MVL has spent on any move today.
Yeah, and it's in the Armageddon game.
Yeah,
Yep.
he's been thinking for 2 minutes, and that's 25% of his time. MVL does not spend 25% of his time on any move.
Nope. And listen, knight f5, d4 is a massive threat. How the heck do you deal with it? Because you can move the knight away from f6. Maybe you defend the f7 pawn. Maybe you play rook f8. Not going to win any beauty prizes, but maybe that's what you have to do. This is trouble. Big trouble.
Yeah, I have a very bad feeling we might get a ballooned advantage in just a few moves. It is a 3-minute gap once again. It started as 4. It got as close as 1, and we arrived when it was 1 minute. It was a 1-minute gap, but now it's 3.5.
I have to switch to the other game, though.
Okay.
As MVL contemplates his move, I hate to jump around too much, but we've got crazy things happening there. We got to switch to the Gata game because I think Dmitry Andreikin is firmly in the driver's seat, and he's about to have another queen. And, well, 1 queen, because he gave his queen away, but he's about to go up 2 extra rooks.
Where are the pieces?
Side.
What? Oh, I guess Gata.
God,
I guess
devastated.
Yeah.
Oh, no.
I guess Gata just thought he was mating. I guess he just thought he had some knight h5. What happened?
Well, this still seems. Oh no, 90. What was 93? Oh my God, what was 93?
Yeah,
He
what?
just blundered everything. Oh, and then queen takes b1 and rook c1 adds insult to injury. And Gata's only chance here would be to checkmate the king, but there's nothing. If you go knight h5, you know, big whoop. Just play g6. It's over.
Yeah, rook h1, b1. You don't even have to play rook h1. I mean, you can play rook c1.
Oh,
yeah, Gata.
man.
Yeah, Gata just.
Gata's so devastated here.
That's tough.
And Dmitry kind of has the facial expression like, is this actually happening? Like,
Yeah, he's like, all right, I'll take it. Yep.
oh man, Gata's inconsolable here. And he had such a good run. He beat Fedoseev. He brings it literally down to the wire. This could have gone either way. But at the end of the day, God, Dmitry Andreikin's just a monster. He is a menace.
Yeah, just moments ago, we described how the queenside initiative by Black was nothing to laugh about. Yes, there's a king on the opposite side of the board in terms of Gata's attack on Dmitry, but that attack for Black will break through so fast. Listen, I feel like keeping this here any longer is just a bit unfair. To Gata, it's going to be Dmitry Andreikin punching the first ticket no, sorry. Yes?
The second ticket.
Second ticket, yes. I almost forgot about that Jospin game because it finished pre-Armageddon. So big congratulations to Dmitry Andreikin, and 1 and 2 move on in Group D. Look, we can, as the great Charles Barkley once said, we can sit here the entire season and act like Golden State Warriors aren't going to win the whole thing. But Andreikin and Fabiano were very clearly going to be the favorites out of Group D, and we're going to see a final in the round of 16 between the two of them.
We are indeed. We will leave Dmitry Andreikin to put the finishing touches on that game. Back we go to the Samsevian game against MVL. You predicted a upward swing of the eval bar in the next couple of moves. MVL has finally made a decision. He's got 5 minutes on his clock, and the decision he ended up making is queen e6 to e7. Levy, I think that's actually a very prudent decision by MVL, trying to take the sting out of the move knight f5, which White could play anyway if you want to get the bishop pair, but after bishop f5, rook f5, you know, maybe Black plays rook a d8, and he has a little bit more breathing room.
Yep, rook a d8. Oh my goodness, this is a
terrible for Black.
Yeah, it looks very, very dangerous. 2.5 minutes up for Samsevian, and he has to decide now whether he's, and it's on the board now. We're gonna get rook f5.
Okay, rook a d8 was just a sample move. I'm not saying he'll necessarily play that. I think it's just like what you default to if you don't know what to do.
All right, I mean rook a d8, right? Like what? Okay, but what else can you play?
Ooh, okay, well, bishop takes c. I think some people might be curious. Why not bishop takes c3? Let's pull up an analysis board for this. Bishop c3 and queen e2. And Levy, I think the reason is actually very straightforward. I just think White can take on f6 and look at Black's king. It's toast.
Yep.
Rook h6 is coming, and rook f7.
It's completely game over. Yep.
Yeah, this is out of the question completely. 4.5 minutes. I mean, regardless of the eval, Levy, you've been saying this since the start of the game. If MVL gets down to a minute and the position's equal, the game is over, right? No increment.
Yeah. No, I mean, the game is over if you get to a minute and there's any sort of pieces on the board and it's equal because you just flag the other guy. Like,
Yep.
unless one of them has just unbelievably high morals and doesn't want to make the round of 16. But like, this is part of the event. Okay, it's a 3-minute time advantage for Savion. MVL has 4 minutes. All the pieces are still on the board. What Sam Savion? The only thing Sam Savion can do wrong here is get nervous. That's it. That's it.
Well,
of course,
he definitely is nervous. There's serious money on the line.
Yep, great move. Amazing move. Now he has to, is he going d4 or not? d4, e4 here by white?
Or maybe d4 in an exchange stack on f6. I don't think he's going to do that. There's no reason to burn all the bridges. I agree. d4 and e4, and you are ready to play e5 and burn through the gates.
Yeah, I wonder if you even don't have to do that. Like, can you play d4 and bishop c1 and just improve your position?
Yeah, or d4 like queen d3.
Yeah, queen d3, exactly.
Ooh, that was something slow move.
Because we know MVL is an aggressive defender. He's not a stalwart, okay? If you play queen d3 here, there is an amazing chance MVL just at some point will stir up trouble with you, okay?
And by stir up trouble, you basically, I think, mean maybe some sort of a p-sec in the center to try to get rid of white's d and e pawns.
To be honest...
Yeah, that's what Sam has to avoid, a situation where things just get out of control, right? Even if he's winning objectively.
Yep. Yes, exactly.
Okay, there's e4.
He doesn't care. Well, this is... Daniel, this could be completely lost for black.
This absolutely could be. E5 is a massive threat, and I don't see a defense. You have to move the bishop, I think. Then white could drop the knight back.
No, that's white's next move, 96, 92.
Absolutely it is.
Bishop h3, like, it's... Looks horrible for black.
Here's the other problem, Levy. Just really, really quickly, just to make sure everybody's on the same page. After knight e2, let's say black plays bishop f8. You might look at this and say, wait a second, after knight d5, rook takes f7, no problem, I can give up the queen for the 2 rooks. But if you keep calculating, after queen takes h7, this is game over. Black's king is going to get massacred by white's minor pieces. So this is totally out of the question, but I don't see how MVL avoids it.
Yep. I don't see it either.
Position is bishop e7 is on the board. Oh, 96, 92 has been played as well.
Yep. I mean, dude, I got to tell you, what's wrong with playing h3, king h2 and just doing nothing? And just bleeding time off the clock?
Nothing at all. I think h3 or queen b3, one of those clock bleeding moves as you're saying, would be perfect. Why not e5, though? Is it because of knight d5 threatening the fork on e3?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think that's actually why MVL put the bishop on e7. And, excuse me, and not on f8.
I suppose, yeah, he might. This is such a tough spot for black. You have 0 forward moves. Okay, queen c1. Okay, this is one of those moves like, aha, I don't have to do anything. And rook f8. Okay, rook f8. He's trying to enable the movement of his own knight. I think MVL is also just going to shuffle back and forth.
Yeah, he has literally 0 more seconds to waste. And he has to try to equalize the clock. That is the first step toward making a comeback for white. There's that king h1 move.
Oh my goodness, that is so
Sam
funny.
Is chilling.
He's literally, yeah, look how much time is coming off of MVL's clock. Okay, rook d8. Okay, the rooks are even more congested now.
Yeah, but eventually Sam is going to have to step on the gas pedal. Like, eventually he's going to have to make some sort of decision.
Yep.
On how he wishes to proceed.
Yep. He can only play so many h3, king h2s, and king g1s without them, without the position repeating. 90-second time advantage now for Sam.
Yeah, he's taking his time. I think he's trying to figure out, like, not only when he wants to play a pawn move, but which pawn move he wants to make. Because both d5 and e5 are on the table. There's the case in point. He plays d5.
He plays d5 indeed.
God, black is teetering on the brink here.
Yeah, it's complete collapse. Like, literally every move can be the end of the game.
Yeah, but if white's not careful, I mean, it's so easy to blunder. Like, knight f4 blunders the rook on f5. It's so easy to make one of those moves, especially when you're nervous.
Yep.
Is there a sack on f6? There's a lot of noise that white has to sort through to find the right move.
Yeah, the knight back on c7 there. Sam down to 420. About a minute time advantage.
Dimitri has won, by the way. It is official. He is through.
It took that long? Wow.
Well, I think Gata just spent a while coming to terms with the defeat.
He's allowed to use his entire allotted time bank, of course. That was a very, very tough loss. Armageddon, I think statistically the players perform something like 10 to 15% worse than, you know, their average ELO performance throughout the event. It's actually proven. Very few players keep their nerve successfully, especially if it's a very fast Armageddon. So this is an extremely, extremely rough spot for MVL. But the one thing that he has going for him is the fact that we are getting within about 30 seconds. But Rook G5, another accurate move, man. Another accurate move.
Well, the death knells are starting to ring here because Rook takes F6 is now a devastating threat. The big question to me is what he plans against H6. Is he planning some sort of crazy rook sack on F6 anyway? Holy lands here. H6, look at this line. Rook takes F... Okay,
no, it's not. HG.
But HG, I thought queen takes G5, but... Oh, there's a crazy defense there.
Is there?
Let me just show this really quickly. Queen G5.
Okay. Yeah.
Bishop F6. No, that's... I don't know what I'm saying. This is just so complicated. I don't know what the move is here.
Queen
like
D8? I thought it was Queen D8.
Queen D8. Oh, and you're telling me that I don't have a sack on G7? You got it. That is the move.
Wow.
But H6 is on the board. This is a huge moment.
Rook G7? Where is the win? Is it just Rook G7 and something?
It's got to be. And some sort of like knight D4 move? Maybe Rook G7, knight D4, knight F5?
That might be it. We might be seeing a massive upset here in the round of 32 if Sam Savion plays Rook takes G7.
But I'm telling you, Rook takes F6 is a very tempting move. The problem there, Rook G7 on the board.
Wow. And D6!
Oh, he first sends the queen to D6, and now he's going to go knight D4. And there's a fork threat, and it's unstoppable.
Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. And Queen H6 after that as well. This is it. Sam Savion is going to defeat MVL most likely. That's 2 minutes on the clock.
It's all over. Knight F5, Queen H6 is coming. There is mate coming from 60 different angles. Levy, the bishops are sniping. The queen is invading. The knight is hopping into F5. I don't see even a single way to complicate this.
There is absolutely
nothing.
Knight F5
pre-move.
Yeah, Knight F5 pre-move. There is no way to stop the fork, the attack on H6, and the devastating loss of the queen. This is game, set, and match. Sam Savion is taking your 90-10 community predictions, telling you none of you have any role predicting another match in the future. And it's over!
And Sam Savion with a deep breath as he leans back, savoring every moment. And he betrayed a smile there. Smile, Em. You deserve it.
Oh, my
goodness.
What a match.
What a game. What a comeback.
Yes, and you could say he has hit the target both on the thing hanging on the wall behind him. He takes a sip of water, the most confident one, I think, of his online chess playing career. Sam Savion, congratulations on punching your ticket to the round of 16. Good Lord.
Well, speaking of grid, this really is one of the biggest games of Sam Savion. It's not only his online career, Levy. Think about the money that he won, not only just with this game. What if he wins the next round? What was on the line in this game might be the most that Sam Savion has ever had on the line in his entire career. What a game. And as we review today's results, I think it's safe to say, Levy, this day is unforgettable. This is one of those days you look back on fondly and you say, what did I just see?
Yeah, truly, what did I just see? Sam Savion showed up in game 2, won after a absolute wipeout in the first game, dominated that second game from start to finish, proceeded to neutralize and improve on that first loss that he had with the black pieces, and came out confidently in game form as well, and did everything. We literally, Donnie, you and I literally called the end of this match to a T. Everything from playing the English to getting a time advantage.
Yeah, we really did.
Just amazing. Massive congratulations to Sam Savion. We told you before the show started that 90-10 was a joke, and well, we were right.
Listen, MVL has a lot of fans, but the great thing about chess is that I think the chess world just comes together to congratulate players who have deserved to win. And Sam Savion, I think everybody can admit, no matter how much of an MVL stalwart you are, this is a deserved victory for Sam Savion. And the greatest treat of all is that Sam Savion has agreed to come to the studio for a quick interview. So, ladies and gentlemen, if you think the action is over, it is certainly not over. Sam Savion will be sharing his thoughts on the other side of this short break. So the CGC, what a day it has been, with several players punching their tickets into the round of 16. And Sam Savion, the winner of today's marquee matchup against MVL, will be joining us on the other side of this short break. Don't go anywhere. A mere 13 years old when he earned the title of GM, Sam Sevian was the youngest in U.S. history to do so. That's right, younger than Fischer, younger than Caruana, and younger than Nakamura. Now 21 and a super grandmaster, Sevian reached a 2,700 FIDE rating this spring. The young American continued to flash signs of his early promise while qualifying for the Chess.com Global Championships.
Look at him. He's looking pleased. He knows he got this under control.
Competing in one of the first handful of play-in events, Sevian was simply faster than the competition. After scoring 7.5 points out of 9 to reach the playoff match, he flagged his opponent to secure a spot in the CGC bracket of 64.
We'll see a dominant performance. Sevian is very in control of this game and will be the first one moving on to the round of 32 of these games going on right now.
Placed in a group with fellow American Levon Aronian, Sevian will look to continue to tap into the confidence he walked away with from his performance during the play-in phase and other recent successes. He's one of the guys who has the best chances.
It's definitely a dark horse who could be dancing in Toronto when we head there.
Thank you for your patience. We are back here at the Chess.com Global Championship with the one and only Grandmaster Sam Sevian in the studio, fresh off defeating Maxime Vachier-Lagrave. Sam, we will not keep you long. You have more than earned your rest. But first and foremost, congratulations. Can you walk us through what you're feeling right now as you were playing D6 and Knight D4? What was going through your mind?
First of all, thank you for the congratulations. I mean, his position was so bad that I just had to find a breakthrough at the end. And I had this position with black about a month ago with the queen on e6, and white had the rooks on the f-file. And when I had this with white, it was just absolutely amazing.
Yeah, I was hoping you were going to say you didn't have this final position with black. Yeah, the position is fluid enough with white that it seems perfect for an Armageddon. Like, would you agree? Did you know, was this always your plan in this match if it was 2-2 and you got white in the Armageddon? Take us through that kind of like match strategy. Was this always going to be the plan, or this is just something you kind of improvised? We thought it was a great call. We thought C4 was perfect for the Armageddon.
Well, after game 4, I realized that he's checked this line in depth now, and I can't really repeat it. So I spend a lot of time thinking about what my bid should be. I bid around 12 minutes. I was happy to get white if he did anything lower. Once I saw that he had 11 minutes, I was like, okay, I'm not going to play Knight for Grunfeld. I'll just play C4. I checked a few things, and yeah, I was extremely happy with the opening.
Well, Sam, speaking of repeating lines, you had a tough game 1 in that open Rue Lopez, and then in game 3, you repeated the line. You displayed much better preparation, and you completely neutralized MVL in that game. Were you debating whether or not to repeat the line, or was it always the plan to make some changes, but to play the same thing in both of your black games?
It depends on how I did in game 2. If I was down in the match, maybe I wouldn't play this line. But because it was equal, I just went. I checked like a few improvements, and yeah, that's how it went.
Sam, I am just wondering, what is it like? First of all, what is your experience playing Maxime, if any, over the board? And is it better or worse to prepare against somebody who you basically sit down and you know what's going to happen, whether you're playing with white or with black?
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of similar like that. We play pretty much 1 to 2 openings with black, so it's easy to prepare. But also, your openings in depth, so there are pluses and minuses to that. I've never played Maxime over the board or online, so this was my first experience against him.
Wow. Got it. Well, Sam, we will let you take a break after that match. You played amazing. It was a treat to watch your games, and thank you for joining us for the interview.
Yeah, thank you, Sam. Congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, I think I actually you booted him. I was going to ask him about his next match.
Oh, well, it's just that his
yeah,
next match hasn't been decided yet, right? Or has
yeah,
it?
Yeah. It hasn't been decided. But I also, to be honest, I'm kind of happy because I didn't remember. I don't remember.
No, that same thing.
I think Group H had the matchup. Oh no, it was Iturizaga MVL. So it was. It was that was the matchup that I remembered. I'm sure we have a graphic of Group H, but we can pull it up here.
There we go.
Yeah, Sam is the first one. Okay, so Sam might just have a date with Levon Aronian, who, by the way, he might be playing in the U.S. Championship relatively soon. I think if they're both playing, I don't know, but they might be.
Yeah, Levon has to surmount Maxim Motlikov, who, is a household name at this point, given his performance in the RCC. So that ain't going to be easy, but Sam Sevian will be facing the winner of Aronian Motlikov. But the way Sam Sevian is playing right now, I mean, I could see him burning through. And there's nobody he can't beat if he displays this kind of form.
Absolutely. I'm thrilled for the guy. I'm over the moon. I mean, he is one of the hardest working young players here from, 21, right? Young to some, not young when it comes to like some of the juniors who are maybe 16 or something. Maybe Sam himself feels like he could have been a little bit higher rated in classical or more successful in classical or whatever it might be. But just from an outsider's perspective, he has been one of the most consistent guys at 26 and 2700 level. It seems like he's just maturing, growing, making the right decisions, handling his nerves really well. And pending that matchup of Levon Aronian versus Maxim Motlikov, we might be seeing Sam punch his ticket to literally the final in Toronto. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that. So I guess we'll just remind you one more time of what happened in Group D today, because the entire group was ultimately kind of decided in today's round. So not quite, but we have our final matchup. And yeah, what are your thoughts, man? I mean, 1 and 2, right? It's no upsets here. Just
1
the
and
straight
2, yin and yang, just classic match. Caruana Andreikin. I mean, Dmitry Andreikin had the tougher of the two matches. That Armageddon game could have gone either way. So, Dmitry, he's going to have to display the same form that he's displayed in the RCC. And for Fabiano Caruana, his opening preparation, his time management has been excellent thus far in the CGC. So these are two players, both of whom are in excellent form. Fabiano Caruana is hungry to prove himself after a string of unfortunate tournament performances. So I really cannot wait for this match to get underway.
Absolutely. They've played each other, I'm sure, many, many times in 2022, 2021, although sometimes not the case, right? We've had a giant Rapid Chess Championship, so they've played there. We obviously had the qualifying stage, but I don't think they obviously, well, they both were qualified, so they didn't have to play each other at all kind of in the lead up to this event, but they've played each other in Title Tuesday. They may or may not have played each other in a Speed Chess Championship, maybe unlikely because it does seem kind of like an obscure pairing, but it doesn't get better than that. Like, we seed players into a group, and if there's an upset like today, fantastic. And if not, the two best guys are advancing, and the winner of the group is the best qualified player from that group to ultimately make it to the final. So today was a pleasure, man. Honestly, it was great. I'm super glad we were on the same page against Sevian's chances, and the man pulled through.
Indeed, it was a pleasure. Likewise, Levy, always is a pleasure to commentate with you. In the meantime, Robert has Let's just say he has been experiencing some household issues. We have live footage of Hess this very moment in his apartment right now. Some water issues. I'll let the photo speak for itself.
Yes, it seems that there was a water inside of the living space situation, which is, we've been granted permission to make fun of him because otherwise that is obviously something very serious. And, you know, we hope all his personal possessions, including his computer, so he can be here for commentary, are all in one place for the future. In the meantime, we have matchups tomorrow. Are you going to be here? I'm not going to be here. Are you going to be here?
I think it'll be Robert and Lawrence, but, you know, I'm always available in case, you know, Robert wants to take another swim.
In case, yeah, Lawrence's apartment gets flooded or something, you know.
In case Lawrence's apartment gets flooded, we have Dominguez against Hansen, a match I think everybody's looking forward to. And, Wesley So against Vasily Ivanchuk. What could be better than these two matches? That'll be coming your way tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific time, 6 p.m. Central European Standard Time. But for now, Levy, always a pleasure. This was awesome. These 3.5 hours went by so quickly. So I'd like to thank you, everybody on our amazing chess.com team, including our producer, Bick, for an awesome show, and everybody in the chat on YouTube, on Twitch, for supporting your favorite player and making the inaugural edition of the CGC as magical of an experience as it has been so far. We will see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Pacific, bright and early, for more round of 32 action. For now, GM Daniel Nerditsky, I am Levy Rosman, saying so long from the Chess.com Global Championship. See you tomorrow.